What is 6 now? So I guess and Mighty is here.
Hello,
We can,
can you hear me?
what?
Yeah.
I can. I can hear you.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good as well. Thanks. Glad
That's
to be
good.
here. Yeah.
Oh, I just saw this tweet from Easy, which is how we'll probably do a little intro for the show. By the way, whoever is echoing right now, I want to stab you. Um. Oh Jesus, it was Drago. I'm sorry, Drago. I don't want to stab you, but but nonetheless, yes, there is a slight reveal tonight of who the infamous Rose was, which is very anticlimactic, but
Really?
it'll be good.
You have a clue? You know
Oh,
what
I know, I
happened?
know, I know 100%. I know who it is.
Okay, you investigated like all week.
I did. Well, I didn't even have to do any investigating.
Someone
They based,
revealed himself.
yeah, they just told me. They just straight up told. Well, they told me in a funny way. We were, so I went on a. Well, I guess I'll just tell the story. I guess it's pretty basic. Um,
Okay.
but yeah, so after the show last week, I went to sleep and then woke up and went on a little trip with my friends from home.
Mm-hmm.
And we went to like a little creek. As I sent you a picture, I actually think I put one of the
Yeah.
pictures on Twitter. Actually, very rare sighting of a real me. But I was on a boat. I was boating. It was a good vibe. Got some sun. It was a great time. And while I was on the boat, we were chilling. And these are my friends from home, right? They have no idea. Like I was baffled that they pulled this off. So we were with my friend and his girlfriend, and then her friends. So basically, it was just a bunch of. It was actually pretty low key, but it was like basically a bunch of girls, and then me and my friend, and these girls, my friend's girlfriend and her friends were the culprit.
Really?
And it was them. So they were like literally floating on a raft. This was day one. We're just floating on a raft, and then randomly they're just like, "Oh, Cody, Rose, where's Rose at?" And I'm like, "No." I was like, "You fucking scoundrels! How did you pull?" Because I was blown away. I couldn't believe the. I honestly couldn't believe the accuracy in which they fooled me. But honestly, though, the only reason they got to pull it off is because when I came home, I immediately went to my friend's house and we smoked a little bit. We were chilling, and I was telling him all about the trip. And so obviously he took. I know. I thought it was you and Sandy. That's. I know. I feel dumb. But like it made sense at the time. It was the only thing that made sense at the time. There was no way I could have possibly believed that it would have been them. I mean, they kept this going, and it's even more awkward knowing that they were like talking about what they were saying because I mean, like, dude, I don't know. It's hilarious, but it was good fun. It was good fun. They revealed it, and it was a good laugh, and it was fun. So, nonetheless, yes, they told me who Rose was, and Rose was just basically my friend's girlfriend and her friends, and yeah, they got me good, I guess you could say,
Okay.
and that was it.
Yeah,
And that
indeed.
was it.
Indeed.
And
And
that was
it makes me think that it's not the first time that your friend is tricking you this kind of way.
oh,
I
they get
remember
me
the
all the
only
time.
leaks at the time or things like that. And it's always in between what you're doing here with the space or, in a situation where you're, thinking that it might be in relation to the space or whatever, but it's always end up being one of your close friend and tricking you. That's funny.
Right, and they know they can get away with it because they know that I live in a space that is essentially completely void of anything
Yeah.
in my real life. So they all know that it's basically they know that they can get away with it. They know they can fool me and kind of like play on you and your conspiracy theorist brain thinking something. I mean, Drago, I was right though. I knew it wasn't a real person. I was still correct. I just was wrong about who it was. I was
Hmm.
still correct in knowing that they were lying to me, Drago. Don't get me fucking started. All right, Drago. Don't get me fucking started. I was still correct in understanding that it was a faulty call. I just was wrong about who I was looking at as the enemy. So, in fact, this doesn't work in your benefit because I was right. Foolish. No, I'm kidding. Drago DMs me the other day. Drago DMs me after our call. He DMs me after last week's episode, so interested in the flat Earth that he went on YouTube and started basically debunking flat Earth on YouTube. Which, by the way, if you go on YouTube and you debunk something, you're gonna find, people who spend their whole lives just basically. You'll see people debunking 9/11, and 9/11 is the most obvious conspiracy on the planet. Like, I mean, if you take your time and research 9/11, it is by far the most obvious lie on the planet. And there are people that will waste their time making evidence to 100% debunk the conspiracy theorists. Meanwhile, look, nobody knows 100% the truth. So it's easy to debunk people who are trying to like paint you the perfect picture, right? That's the problem with quote unquote conspiracies, is that it's a conspiracy. I mean, you don't fucking know you don't know what it is. It's a massive plot. It's a trickery. By the way, I don't know what's going on in this Discord right now. It's like 1 million people joining this Discord. I don't even know what Discord it is, but it is. I need to mute whatever fuck Discord it is. It's mega annoying. But nonetheless, it was my friends.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's always good to know, and reveal the mystery. Yeah, not let that be upon you, and not never knowing what happened.
Right. Well, I'm glad, and I guess now I can change. I can change the now I can change my my name now. They got the Conspiracy Act, Patriot Act passed. Right, and the Patriot Act was drafted before 9/11. I mean, just like the World Health Organization was working on things for the pandemic a couple years before the quote unquote pandemic arrived as well. I mean, it is, guys. I mean, come on. We know it's all planned or at least understood it's going to happen. We know this stuff. We know that. We just don't know all of it. Conspiracy. Thank you. I was hoping someone. That's a good. You can at least spell it semi-correct. Spirist. Contheory spirist. I kind of fuck with that. Can you at least capitalize everything but the I? So it rolls with my. Because I don't even know what. That doesn't even make sense with. All right, I'll do it. But hey, it's good stuff, huh? What about you?
Yeah.
How was your week?
I mean, interesting. I still continue to release the pressure a little bit, doing some music here and there. Finally started to export all these loops that I made over almost the past year, and still watching for the market to trying to spot that moment where it will finally crash one last time before it comes up, or it doesn't. I mean, that will be that's what I'm looking for. And yeah, I planned some holidays, so actually I won't be in Paris next week, so I don't know what the plans are for the shows after the news we read as well about Token Smart this week. And yeah, so I don't know, I'm feeling like there is something like a new era or something going on in every way, looking around. And so I take the time to for myself to chill a little bit, process the learnings from the past 2 years, and I don't know, mix all that, and you have me floating around for a week without doing that much things, but still being plugged to the matrix in a way. I haven't totally unplugged yet.
I mean, it's so hard to unplug, man. And honestly, but when you unplug, it feels so good,
like really looking forward to it, because I feel I really need it. Like I'm my mind feel and my body feels exhausted in a way, but deep inside I'm very motivated, looking forward the next cycle, etc. But yeah, really, I think I feel this need to uh, at least unplug a little bit during those summer days, and yeah, process all that so I can come back fluid and yeah, no, actually, uh, when you where to go next appears evident to you, and that's absolutely not my case now. So as I'm feeling kind of looking around for yeah, what will be the next cycle for me and for yeah, what's around. So I feel to have this answer coming naturally from the universe, I need to, yeah, give it some space, and that's what I'm looking for in the first place.
Yeah, I mean it's tough. It's tough because the second, sometimes depending on what part of the space you're talking about too, because obviously there's just all
Yeah.
the everything that's going on in terms of the creator world and the music world and all that stuff, and then you also just have the price charts, right? Like just like what's going on with the
Hmm.
markets and what's just going on with whatever you're um currently holding, if that's even a worry at times. But
Hmm. Yeah.
I, I I know that's definitely something I'm always. I mean, at least in the short term, I'm definitely waiting for a good opportunity to not be so ridiculously down.
Hmm.
But at the same time, it's still it's calm. There's something about the fact. There's something good about it all. But I do agree with you though. It is possible to me that I anticipate a very similar thing than you do, whereas we might see another catastrophic drop before we see any major rally. And it might be a very long time before we ever get back to where we were in, like, say, December of last year. But
Hmm.
I think, but I do think that there's plenty of opportunity still, and
Yeah.
it, it's interesting, um, because the last month, yeah, pretty much the last month, I was a part of two different drops in particular. Obviously, we
Yeah,
talked about the
by the way, wanted to congratulate you for the one with the Connie Digital. Big shout out to Connie and to Async as well, because I mean, everything I've seen so far about it is brilliant, and I wanted to say it, and where I how to say, I enjoyed seeing like already 60% of the tokens being sell out, and yeah, that was really impressive.
Yeah, no, I was really pleased about it as well because I didn't know what to expect. This is obviously a very tricky market. And yeah, I think like it's a lot of people, especially being it was the 4th of July weekend. There's a lot going on. I was actually on a boat when we dropped, so I wasn't exactly all that present. I didn't know exactly how it was going at the current day, but I called Connie that night and we chatted for a nice hour and just kind of just like talked about everything, and it was good. But it was good to get it out there. It was good, and I appreciate everybody who has supported the drop. I know you did, Mighty, which is incredible. I mean, fuck, you certainly never it's amazing whenever you're like closest people in the space support. I think that's super dope. But
I mean,
obviously just
you,
what we
you
what the time we share is obviously more more important. But I mean, it's always nice to see that, and I know that I saw Easy's name in there, and a couple other people that I know that are obviously within the community that supported the drop as well. And if
well,
you guys do want to support, I don't want to shill, but this is the OG right here, and this is a project that we did spend some good time on. And I mean, by all means, no need to go out of your way at this current time because I know that we're all deep in the hole. I know we're all deep in the hole. But I mean, if you want to take a look, you can listen to some of the songs, see what some people have minted. I'm curious what Easy got. Easy, share me what you did get. I don't even know. Because I know there's a couple in there that I have my favorites, personal favorites, but yeah, it was a cool drop, and it's just nice to see it go these like honestly really well. I think for the current market, it's because it's crazy. I mean, this market is not great, and I mean, look, if you think of Sound, for example, which we always use them as a great example. I mean, they're VC backed, basically a label in disguise, and some of those people don't even sell out 25 editions at point one, and
Hmm.
Connie at 0.15
Yeah,
sold. I think it was close to 30 within the first 2 hours, and
yeah,
so that's more than what you would see on Sound, and to me, I mean that says a lot. But
yeah,
still you don't see um, maybe the thought leaders, respected or not respected, kind of giving that praise back for whatever reason. Because in a lot of ways, I think it's actually very impressive that he sold that many, and but
yeah. Totally agree. And but to be fair, um, I woke up the day after the drop, and I woke up with one edition in my wallet, but I didn't actually collect it myself. So I wanted to thank you and Connie because I think one edition has been offered to me, and
oh,
or I don't know what happened because actually you thank me for collecting. I've seen a tweet from Conlan from Async thanking the early collectors, and I was in the tweet, so I was like, did I collect? So then I checked and seen on Discord that Connie thanked me, and I don't know if he's thinking that I bought one or if he is the one that offered me one edition. You see what I mean? And so now that I'm thinking about it, it feels like no one is aware, but I have an edition, and neither myself. But anyway, I think it is Connie, but that's just an assumption at this point. And anyway, just wanted to thank um, for
that's crazy.
for the
I'm
edition.
looking. Yeah, that's nuts because I see your name, of course, and you know, yeah, that's nuts. So you're saying that basically um, somebody just sent you one, which is nuts. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, who I don't know who that is, but that mystery person is kind of a fucking legend.
Absolutely, and I've been honored to witness that I had an edition in my wallet. But thinking twice about it, it's minted based. I don't know how to say it, but actually the collector has to mint it, and I didn't. So I don't know if I'm the minter or if someone minted it and then sent it to me. I haven't double checked that, but
No,
actually,
you're right about you might be right about that because whenever he said because he said it to me because I think he mentioned it to me. He's like, "Yo, Mighty collected one." I was like, "Yo, that's dope." But when he sent me the link, I didn't recognize the address.
no, I just it is on OpenSea and I see who did that actually, and it's neither of you. It's El Castor. Wow.
What a legend. I mean,
Yeah.
that's crazy. Did
Yeah.
he say
Yeah.
anything to you?
No, nothing. No, I
That's
haven't checked.
nuts.
I'm just checking right now on OpenSea. I haven't been that far yet. I was just staying on um, the async page, and I haven't checked on OpenSea. But actually, now that I'm connecting the dots together about how it works, I figured I could check like that. And it is El Castor who collected many pieces of this drop. And wow,
That's
this
incredible.
space is crazy. And he haven't said a word to me, so I just figured it out. I'm just figuring it out in real time.
That's so dope. That's super cool.
Yeah,
I mean, that's I mean, hey, that's good stuff. I'm not 100% sure exactly um his relation to everybody, but I mean,
he's
that's
there
beautiful.
since the very beginning, since the early days. I've known El Castor. He's just very discreet and has been a collector of Connie's work since the early days. So I know we have a spot in Cryptovoxels near the. He has a spot near the museum, and so we had the occasion to talk briefly during the early days, but not that much. I know he's discreet, but he's been there on that drop and collecting different tokens and gifting me one.
Well, shout out to that guy, and shout out to anybody. I mean, shout out to you anyways, right? But like, no, shout out to anybody who who supported the drop. It's super dope.
And yeah,
We're thinking of
don't get me wrong. I would love to collect one edition, and yeah, it's just I've been
no, 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 no worries.
yeah.
I mean, that's amazing. I always say, I mean, maybe this is me just because I'm still a fucking whatever, an artist, I guess, still in the creator's chair. But like, I always kind of find it unnecessary or kind of like not something that I would advise for other artists to collect other artists' pieces. I know that that's like a really good like tip of the hat, and I think that that's like a good respect
I know, but
thing.
I genuinely love that. It's just the portfolio that is not optimal at the moment, but for doing so, but I'm looking forward to build one for being able to collect as much as I would love to, because that's definitely something. If I had the portfolio, I would be collecting as much as Studio Novo is, and the same way he's doing, because that's exactly how I'm looking at collecting, and my passion for these artists in the space. It's just not my time right now. But it's
I feel you.
crazy behaviors to see actually that happening, like someone supporting Connie and remembering the connection and so on, to the point that we didn't necessarily talk, and I'm offered one edition because he understands that it might be important to me, and I could have collected one myself, I don't know, but however, without consulting, I have this gift, and it means a lot, because I know this person, even though we haven't had many contacts, but it's crazy to see that. It's absolutely mind blowing.
Yeah, well, that's beautiful. I
Mm-hmm.
love it. Which one did you get, by the way?
16, I got Parasite.
Oh, you got Parasite?
Yeah.
Let me just peep. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I was convinced it was Connie or.
Did you did you um did you peep that last part in Parasite? Did you listen to that last part?
Yes.
I love that part. I know that we shared part of that song at one point whenever it was, whenever the song. Because I mean, if you guys, it's so funny. Anybody who's comes to this podcast every week, you guys get like stuff when it's like in a totally different state, because we change our minds all the time. And then we're like, oh, we're gonna do this then instead, or we're gonna do this. And at one point, so I originally made the song, and it was Fungus, and it was just me on it.
Mhm.
And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get, and then I made a video for it, and then I made this video, and then when I made the video, I shared it here a couple of times, and I was like, you know what? I like this beat, but like, I don't know if I'd really even release this song. I just kind of made it for fun, and I had a good time making it. So I sent Connie the beat, and I was like, hey, why not get on this with me, so that I don't know, I feel a little more comfortable. And then Connie got on the beat, and when he did his part, I was like, bro, I'm not. I was like, we can't both be on this. I was like, you're bodying me on this track, so I have to just give you the song. And so then we thought of a million different ideas. We thought of combining it. I thought of putting it out first and then having his be a remix, an official remix, blah 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 blah. And then I was like, all right, you know what? I'm just gonna let you have the song, because I loved his part so much. I just thought that it needed its own part, and he stayed true to the storyline of the song, which was about this thing at the time that I'm still kind of obsessed with, which is this idea of this black mold, or this idea of fungus or black goo, as I called it. And
Mm-hmm.
black goo is this
And this
substance.
and this extract you found and you incorporated in the music is very telling. I don't know where you found this sample, but
I will.
it
I'll share it
tells
with.
it is pretty deep in a very short sentence.
Dude, if you watch the whole entire, it's a 2 hour talk by this biophysicist, and his name's Harold Velikautz or something. I don't know. He's like German. I can't really pronounce. I don't know if he's German. I'm guessing it's German. But he is a biophysicist, and he talks about his background, and kind of goes through his thing. But it's a 2.5 hour talk where he talks about basically this technology that he is deeming something that in the past was utilized for, as he says in there, for what you would understand today as what we know as black magic rituals, or this idea of contacting extra dimensional beings through this substance, which is essentially a fungus. And basically, you know, and he talks about when they discovered it, but it was around World War II, World War One, like in between that time period. And this technology, essentially, what he claims is that it opened up a gateway to this extra dimensional realm in which these, what he's calling spirits, can then interact with this fungus, and then actually interact with the real three-dimensional world, and then in turn interact with us. And essentially he goes on to talk about this in millions of ways where, and this is documented through all kinds of government and CIA declassified documents, which one of them was through NASA, which they talk about how, and they literally call it black goo, and they call it a technology.
Mhm.
And what he talks about is the fact that they thought they could control it, but ultimately, when they started to fuck with it, they realized that it was ultimately more intelligent than they realized. And then like, he talks about it through the documents, whereas the documents kind of talk about it as if, like I said, it's a technology. But he also goes on to then talk about where that clip comes in, and he talks about it like, no, then they started to abuse it because they realized that they could interact with these beings, and they could give them access to their own source of energy in exchange for power. And like he says, this is what we understand as demons or black magic rituals, where they would essentially sacrifice their own being for these extra dimensional beings that then would interact with them and give them, like weird power. And it's pretty crazy. And it's a 2.5 hour thing. I'm gonna actually find it real quick just so I can share it with you guys, because it's actually insane. I mean, the first time I ever oh, let's go. Let's go. Connie just actually messaged me, and he said he's gonna do a little blast real quick, and he said let's blast it. Let's blast it. So whenever he sends me it, I'm gonna blast it into here, and then we can all blast it. But essentially, yeah, this guy, his name's Harold Kautz, Harold Vela Kautz, and he talks about black goo. But I need to find the actual clip. I'll share it with everybody. You guys can go ahead. But yeah, he calls it nanotech. Very, very interesting. Exactly. No, Drago. Exactly. And by the way, if you guys start to see this, you will see it come up in so much sci-fi. It's crazy. I'm talking almost every time, and it interacts with time travel. It's interacting with, like I said, the demon worship shit. Like if you watch anything where there's like human sacrifice, you'll notice that there's weird black medallions that have hardened versions of the black goo that they wear, and that it's always in these sci-fi films because it's right there in plain sight. These people know that this is real, and it's fucking crazy. I mean, this shit is real. I fully believe it, and that's why, in that song, the Fungus song that I originally wrote, I have this quote, or this one line. It says, "Black mold on the walls have a hold on my thoughts," and the idea of it is like, I used to work in my garage with a group of individuals, and we worked in there every single day, and probably not ventilated properly, but there was absolutely black mold on the walls. Like we knew it. Like it was a garage, it's an old ass garage. It's where I grew up, but like nobody ever hung out in that garage. I put the studio in that garage to kind of like stay away from everybody. But I see that basically I went ahead and saw it on the. I mean, I personally just look at that and I said, everybody went crazy in that garage. You ask anybody that I worked with in that garage, they feel we all kind of lost our fucking minds in that garage. And honestly, I kind of agree because ever since I left the garage, don't get me wrong, I feel like I made the best music possible in that garage. There's something about that garage. Pretty much everything on World 1, World 2, and World 3, which World 2 and World 3 are just not out yet. Everything I made early on in my early career was made in that garage. That's it. That's where I
Sorry.
first discovered creation. What was that? Are you dying?
Sorry, I was just coughing.
No, you're good. Oh, is Connie in here? Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's
What's
go.
up, Connie?
Attack of the Black Mold, exactly. Connie, what up? How are you? Are you in here? Are you willing to speak or?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. No, I'm actually about to send this tweet really quick.
Oh, let's go. Let's blast her. Let's blast it up, huh? Because I don't know if you, let's do it. And I wanted to I mentioned this. I said it at the beginning, but and obviously, I'm a bit biased, but at the same time I'm also not biased, but I look at it like, in this current market, in this current time, what an impressive. I just genuinely think it speaks volumes to the community that supports you. Is that who? How do you not pay attention to that? 58 sold so far, and in this current market, during one of probably the slowest internet weeks we've had right now, after all this stuff's going on, and it gets all of this love and support. I really feel that it's a shame that we're not seeing more people, at least from the influencer space, you could say, within this world, which we all know is biased and bullshit anyways. If you're not on sound, they really don't support you for some reason, but we all know why. It's because it's a label in disguise. But without all of that, you still get the collections, you still get the support, and I feel like it's impressive. Like I said, I'm obviously a little biased, but it's crazy that we don't see that many people really kind of like showing that love back. And obviously we had a little brief convo, and just blown away at how basically no one, not no one, but we just didn't see the thought leaders kind of bring it up. I thought it was crazy, but that's why we're here.
So does that make them thought leaders then?
Well, exactly.
Shout out to everybody who did support. I really do appreciate you guys. Like, this has been like head down for like 2 months straight. Like, well, even longer than that, because the music was kind of created first, and then working on the art, and then laying everything out with async and creating the marketing materials and writing the blog post and the videos and all this and all that. It's like really been locked in for the past like 60 plus days, like day in and day out. So it feels really good to get the support, and thank you guys a lot. I think it does kind of speak volumes to me too. We're in this downturn, this sort of bear market right now, and we've seen sound, as an example, kind of slash their pricing, and also the quantity of editions that they're allowing right artists to put on their website or whatever. But I'm super thankful and honored to actually push through, and I think it's at 58 now, right? 58 editions in a bear market. Even in a bull market on sound, people weren't doing that with editions. So, and these are generative editions. This is like the next level shit. To me, it kind of makes sound a bit outdated as far as the tech is concerned. But I don't expect certain people to tweet or raise their hand and congratulate or say certain things or whatever, because I kind of know how the game is played right now. So, but those that do, I really do appreciate it, and I recognize you guys, and keep rocking for y'all.
Absolutely. And we were chatting today. No promises. We don't know exactly what we're doing, but we're going to think of a way to benefit some of the supporters. We don't know what we're doing yet. I don't know. I don't want to say too much because we haven't really figured it out yet. But we're thinking. But it's been. Go ahead.
No, I just as I have the occasion, I wanted to renew my congratulations on this work, because now looking at it, it is really inspiring on many levels. And the first level that strikes me is how you shifted the idea behind the generative music concept on Async Music Blueprint, because initially the idea that everyone has is that everyone gets pretty much the same track but with remixes, with different stems, with different tracks. But actually no one before has thought of making it as an EP release, because it's really what it looks like. It is an EP type distribution in which you exploit that blueprint model to get an exciting experience for the collector to collect one of the tracks or the 5 tracks. I don't know how you know how is the proportion of people that would mint 2 tokens to get 2 of the same tracks. I expect this is possible, but as far as I've seen, everyone that minted multiple tokens had different tracks, and it's kind of collecting the entire EP with that model, and plus the CD scratch and stuff. Actually, I noticed there's only one gold record without scratch, and I'm thinking like, okay, this one is special. It's the disc 50, for example, but many interesting um, levels and degrees on how much you approached it, and but the main one being like, yeah, the EP release distribution, that even myself make me think like, isn't that even more exciting than that using the stems, the different stems model, rather than this kind of EP distribution model.
Yeah, thank you for that, for sure. You already know how we rock Mighty. Always trying something new and different. And so I'm thankful that you were inspired by the project that MightyMai just released. And it's interesting. I don't, it's definitely like the first time that was the way in which it was released. It was definitely the first time on Async. I don't know if it's the first time for generative music in general. And I always like to give credit where credit is due. I don't, because I want my credit as well. So I know that Louis C. Rhymes did a generative project last year with his hip hop heads. I can't speak to exactly how it was promoted or marketed or released, but I do think there were like multiple tracks that you would get. I don't think it was like one with remixes. I could be mistaken. I don't have all the details, but I definitely want to shine a light on Louis.
Yeah,
but
that's
yeah,
true. It's different tracks, and but on the NFT is just samples. It's not the whole song, so it hits different for me, because personally I prefer having the full songs on display on the NFTs, to have them kind of like a streaming thing, and yeah, so that's why to me it looks like something first in that scale, in its details again, but and I'm a big appreciator of what Louis did, and so yeah, I mean it feels like a natural continuation for sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm laughing because I just read your tweet. I get it. I don't know if anybody else gets it, but I fucking get it. I think it's hilarious. I love it. That's the kind of stuff we need right there, because that's that's just on the money, right? It's not too aggressive. It's right there. The only the right people will get it, and I love it. I couldn't possibly appreciate that more. That's good stuff right there. Oh man.
Yeah. Oh, Mighty. Excuse me. I'm sorry about that. Coughing on the fucking mic. I'm still getting over this shit. But I wanted to say too. You mentioned how there was a gold disc. I think number 50. You said there was, I guess, mint condition. And so the way it's programmed, like I'm not sure if the complete rarity happens unless it like fully mints out like all 100. Okay, Brookhawk. Shout out to Brookhawk. What's up, man? That's a mint platinum disc. Yeah, so like the rarities, the mints are the most rare. So if you get a mint rose or blue or platinum gold or carbon, if it's a mint, it's definitely rare. The platinum discs, which play Tuesday, are also the most rare of all the songs too. So
I was gonna I was actually just about to ask, what is the rarest?
Yeah, if you get, I think what Brookhawk just put in the chat, a mint platinum Tuesday, that's probably the most rare. But then you like the jewel case and the poster and the sticker. If you want to, include their rarity too, it'll get a little tricky. But as far as song and discs, it's definitely a mint platinum Tuesday.
Yeah, that's dope. I was at what's your favorite song on the project? I'm curious. Which by the way, you were mentioning like all the work, like, and I think it goes without saying because it's kind of funny. Like, we switched the track list, like, I mean, like 5 times, but it was good though. It was good. We actually had more songs, and then we shaved it, and then we switched, and then we made new ones, and then swapped them, and it was good. It was good. I'm glad we did because you were really particular. You were really making sure that each song was, like something you really wanted to make sure it was on. And I like what you were saying, Mighty, about it being like an EP because that's exactly how, and it being like a generative EP. And in this whole way, I do agree. I think this excited me because right after I also, started thinking about something like this myself. And I was like, this is a great way to release
Mhm.
music. Like, you do the one of ones and, they're out there. And then after that, then you do this, like this way for people to collect, but it's not as cut and dry as like just editions. This is a way cooler way to do it. And like you get different artwork, but then there's rarities and it's all random. I think it just adds to so much more excitement behind it. And especially if there was, and this is what we were talking about before earlier today, just you and I and the DMs is like, what if those different rarities did different things, and that's obviously adding a level of it, but not to say that we've thought that far, but I'm just saying like obviously this is how far it can go, and I do think that is kind of like a good futuristic. This is like this is something that is a real use case. It's gamified. It's interesting, and it makes it way more interesting, even from my perspective. But I am curious, what song is your favorite on this project?
I mean, it's a it's a good question. I don't. I guess I'll get to that. I just wanted to say though, as far as like releasing it as an EP, yeah, exactly. Like previously, what you would have to do, like on iTunes, like if you want an album, you just go download the album on iTunes, right? Or if you go to Spotify or Apple Music, you just listen to the album, you stream the album. But with this, it's like you have to collect the album or the EP, right? So it's definitely a Web3 approach. And if you want the full experience, you're gonna have to collect the songs. I think, like you said, that's gamification, right? That's people can get behind that and really get enthusiastic, right? If they really fuck with the art and the artists and what they're doing. But my favorite song, I don't know. I really love Love Cascade. That's only because it's me stepping out of my element and fucking using autotune for the first time, which was an experiment, and so I appreciate that aspect of it. And just the lyrics too, like it always just resonates with me, and anybody who's listened to it always says it resonates with them and they fuck with it. So I really really love Cascade, but Tuesday and Tell 'Em are like tied for me as well. So
Yeah, Mighty, what about you? Have you listened to all 5?
Yeah,
Do you have a favorite?
I had, that I'm a big fan of the Tell 'Em song, and
Yeah.
but also Parasites. I think these two are of my favorites. Yeah.
that's because I'm talking shit.
Yeah.
I love that. It's like you just run that beat though.
That goes with
You run that.
the DNA, your DNA. Yeah, so to me that's really rough, and that's what I like as well. I enjoy what you described about Cascade as well, and going to new territories, exploring new things. But yeah.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
yeah. If I had to say my favorite, it's hard for me. First of all, I agree with you on Love Cascade. It was probably the first time that you sent me something that I was like, oh, okay, he's stepping outside the box here, and I liked it. And but that verse on that is actually the highlight of that whole song. And also it resonated with me because you like saying something that like literally directly occurred to me, like within the last month. So I found that like ironic. That's why I say that you always write about.
I mean,
Oh,
to me,
okay.
ultimately, it's a very good EP in general, because it has this coherence all along, and the packaging as well make it so that yeah, it's a very well executed project, and a very well put on paper vision, very
But
greatly executed by you two.
oh yeah. Well,
MightyMai. Yeah.
hey, Digital My World, hey.
Yeah.
We still need a fucking trio album. That's what we need. I've been fucking saying it, dude. A
Yeah.
mighty digital world. A mighty digital world. My mighty digital world. My digital mighty world. I mean, that's an amusement park just waiting to happen.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming. So
That'd be sick. That would be super mega. But I will say though, just for clarity, my favorite song is definitely it is a tie between like Tell 'em and Tuesday. Tell 'em just because that shit fucking rips. I mean, that is literally that shit slaps so fucking hard for no reason. Um, and then Tuesday because that beat is stupid hard, and I'm biased with.
Yeah.
I'm super biased, but you also bodied that one. Like, it's sometimes we just link up and it just works, you know. And when
Yeah,
you
I know
first,
that beat is special to you because it's inspired by Savior. So I
yeah,
get it. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I made it right after I don't know if it was directly related to that particular song, but it was it was I made it right after I listened
It was
to.
fucking called Savior. Like you labeled the beat Savior.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I was yes, 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 yeah, 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 yeah. I was more or less I just listened to the Kendrick album. What he's talking about is I just listened to the Kendrick album and I made like 3 beats that day, and that beat in particular I remember naming Savior because, Kendrick was is like a lot of he was saying don't he was saying I'm not your savior blah blah blah, but I made this beat like in reference to like the idea of being someone's savior. And yeah, I mean, I sent you like 5 beats in the last 2 days. I don't even right after the project you're probably like, bro, I'm not writing these beats for months. Like but dude, two of those beats though are ridiculous. I swear. The one beat I can't get over. It's so hard. It might be. I literally have asked him. I've literally DM'd him about it. I'm like, bro, this beat is the hardest beat of the century.
True
Like,
story.
I
The
just can't get over
century,
it.
the generation. He keeps he keeps naming different shit. But yeah, it's a dope beat. I fuck with it. But I'm gonna need some time to sit with these for sure.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. That's never. We never need to rush. But then again, shit. I mean, there's been so many times where we do rush, and then that's the vibe. It's
yeah.
it's usually whenever you hit me and you're like, yo, we're dropping something tomorrow. Send me a beat. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
I'll send you a
I love
beat.
that. Yeah.
That's the energy though. That's
Mhm.
the vibe. And like, I think there's something about, I take my fucking time, but there's millions of reasons why I take my time with my own stuff. It's not really even out of the music. It's usually because I fucking struggle with doing like the artwork or like figuring out how to, put it all in a package. But yeah, there's just something about making music and just finishing it and just putting it out in a really, really quick time period. That is,
Yeah.
it feels good. It feels really good from an artist perspective. It really is the vibe,
Yeah.
and there's just momentum.
I agree. And I mean, Connie, I'm thinking of two things to tell you. First, we talked about it before. You arrived, but it seems like there has been a confusion around my acquisition of one of the edition of the EP, and even for myself, and we figured it out in real time. Because I woke up one morning and I had this edition in my wallet, and I thought it was you gifting me one. And so, as we were kind of mysterious in our group chat, I, thought that it was it. And then there was this tweet from Conlan saying thank you to the collectors, and I was, so I, again was surprised that I had one edition. So I go to verify, and indeed on the async website I had an edition, and I just said thank you. But now that we have thought about it, twice and figure out that the minting mechanism is on the hand of the collectors, and so I did not collect one. So who minted it in the first place? Because the reason why I thought it was you is that, remember, for our first async drop, we had each a few numbers of edition that we can do whatever we want with it. And so
Right.
first I thought of that, and then today I'm realizing, like, no, with the new mechanism this is not possible. You don't have any edition in your wallet. And so we went on to OpenSea to see what was going on, because I haven't been that far. And the thing is, it's a gift that I received from El Castor. He bought an edition, he minted an edition, and he sent it to me, but he didn't say anything to me neither. So until today, where we went that far as OpenSea to see who minted it, I was thinking all week that it was you. Even coming on this show, I was at the beginning like, thank you, I want to thank Connie. But yeah, and we talked about it, that it's a crazy thing, that this happens. I would love to be able to collect one, but then I received one and thought it was a gift from you, but it's a gift from a collector that I respect a lot. But we had a conversation in 2020, but we didn't have that much contact since. But I know he's present in the space and looking carefully about what's going on. He's, I know he's there on the right things. I follow as well. I see him from time to time, and especially around your work. So I don't know. It was just crazy to witness. I will contact him to thank him, but it was just mind blowing to figure that out. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering where you were going with that, because I like you were saying, the minting mechanism, and so it would be someone who had to mint it and send it to you. And
Yeah.
the fact that it's El Castor is dope. Definitely reach out to him, and
Yeah.
if you said you haven't spoke to him in a few months or a year or so, it's a great time to start that convo back up again. He's been a great support, or she. I'm not. It's L. I'm assuming it's a he, right? We never know in this metaverse, but El Castor has been a great support, and yeah,
Absolutely.
so yeah, that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah. And the second thing I wanted to ask you, but it's actually off topic from the async release. But we talked with my friend about the song you made, Social Money, with Lil B and Alex Mesmej and Lil Worthy, because my friend keeps poking me, telling me, that's crazy that this track exists, and for me, I didn't know Lil B before, and my friend did, so that's why he was like, "Why didn't you tell me that this track even exists?" Because for him, he's a big fan, and so I started to learn about Lil B and listening, discovering his work, and yeah, I don't know. I came with this question, like, how did this track uh, kind of happened, with even
Yeah.
Alex Masmej on it, and what, because thinking about it right now, it's really mind blowing to see this connection that happened, and
This shit is ridiculous.
and all that.
Shout out to Lil B, the bass god. Anybody deep into, I guess, hip hop subcultures knows Lil B from the Pack, and he's his own person, super unique. He does what he does musically and everything else. Lil B is one of one for sure. I don't know the guy. I just know of his work, and yeah, I don't I don't know how I feel about that song. First of all, this was 2020 COVID times. I had a shitty ass mic, and I don't track myself. I usually go to the studio to get tracked. So what happened was Bradley from Roll hit me up. It was actually Bradley's birthday, I guess. Yeah, it was Bradley's birthday or something, and he was somehow with Lil B randomly, and he basically
Okay.
hit me up like, "You want to get on the track with Lil B?" And I was just like, "Sure," but like I was just like, "This verse is going to be super rough. Like these vocals are going to be terrible." But it just kind of was what it was. And then Bradley, I guess, decided he wanted to put Alex and Sid Worthy, who's
Hmm.
also a musician, on the track as well because it was like a role thing. It was role produced. It was produced by Bradley in the sense that he, well, executive produced it,
Yeah.
and yeah, so that's how that happened.
Yeah, because even watching, looking at it right now, it can sound like an even an advertisement track in a sense. But yeah, discovering Lil B's work and the hundreds of tracks from the mixtapes where you have hundreds of song in one mixtape, stuff like this, really inspired me as well in our conversation. Saying, even from what we were saying just before, as far as you do something and you release it the next day. That's always been one of my favorite way to do. I'm never against a little bit of preparation, a little bit of rush to get things right, etc. But as soon as it's finished, I'm the kind of one to want to be it to be out the next day. And we can see these days as well, the past month, how much there's sorry, I'm looking for the word, but there's two levels of artists being free or not to do so, to release their music as free as they want. Because we remember, I don't know if you've seen it back in the days, but there was like Ariana Grande, who was looking over this kind of release and being frustrated, uh, on social media, saying, "I cannot do that. I cannot do a song and release it the next day. This is literally impossible for me, and it will, uh, so to speak, always be, as long as I will be in these, you know, type of deals and etc." And it really gives an advantage to the new
Mm.
scenes, etc. To yeah, to compete first, but also to match a new kind of use case, a way new generations have to consume music and to follow artists in general on a very more spontaneous foundation, well, either on TikToks or whatever. But it really gives an advantage to artists that are in this position. And yeah, all that. That's why I wanted to talk about all this and connect it together with our conversation. But basically, you combine both, preparing things well, and but at the same time mix a little bit of that magic spontaneity, that
Mm.
you nailed it.
Nah,
Keep it up.
that's a dope observation. No, that's it's true. I appreciate that. I didn't really, I don't really, I guess, didn't think about it that way. But as far as like the prep time versus just this, in the moment, like real time, 24 hours, let's create something and put it out. Like, yeah, it's really, yeah, it's two different processes and two different approaches for sure. But yeah, man, there's just something about that quick turnaround, real time, like getting as close as possible to real time,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah, yeah,
And
that's it.
creating
Because
something and
looking at,
putting that out.
sorry, but yeah,
No,
because
go ahead.
looking at Lil B's discography, for example, you can feel how he always had this spontaneity, but the quality of the records aren't always there. You can feel the kind of lol music that was going with
Mm,
his vibe, and doing quantity more than quality. And in the mix, there's some quality that gets out of it. But to me, I'm looking, like you said, as close to real time as possible is the best to me, in preparing things that are high level, highly crafted, that you measure, every inch, every vibration in it, so that you can apprehend how it will affect the ether, basically, uh, but at
yeah.
the same time not being um, trapped in any outside situation that would avoid you to be as free as you can. And yeah, that's I mean, I look at music, and everything the same way. So that's why I enjoy really your balance, of those two, the spontaneity and the high craft, and that goes as well for you, Mai, as well. Uh,
Yeah, Mai is the driving force. He's as real time as you can get,
yeah,
which is why I appreciate the collab. Is he even still here? Are you here?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
listening in. I love when you guys go off. I feel like I'm back to the little brother role. Just listening to the two big bros chat.
I don't know. I miss talking to Connie, but I'm always, I don't want to disturb or anything, so I'm uh, take the
No,
right occasions to do so.
but I do appreciate that though. Absolutely. I mean,
And
this is what we love to do, and it's honestly creating the music is the easiest part. Really, it's also the most fun part. And whenever there's something to say and something to go off of, that's kind of where I thrive the most. Just I love momentum, even though it's so ironic. I know you both know that I'm sitting on like fucking 70 songs, and there's a reason for it, but there's also not a reason for it in some respects. But I mean, so much stuff going up and so much stuff going on, and they're always working on everything at once. It's just it is fun to be able to do that. But I could never do it without other artists or other people being able to kind of match that. So it's yeah, just comes from just sitting in a dark room for a long period of time. So all you kids that are wanting to chef up, just sit in a dark room for a long
Just
time.
dark.
yeah,
Yeah, let a girl break your heart, or maybe let multiple girls break your heart. That'll do something to you. I'm kidding. I'm joking. That's not the
yeah,
only catalyst, but I'm sure that we can all agree that that is a nice catalyst
It's a
to eat.
relatable one.
It's a relatable one, right? Anything that forces you to shed whatever identity that you've had from a child and into a different one. It really it creates this creative force within you that makes you feel like you have no choice but to put it into something, because sometimes you can't just fucking sometimes you can't talk it out. Sometimes you got to put it into notes and music and stuff. So, but yeah, but I love it. I love it.
yeah. And I will be coming in with some tracks soon, so looking forward doing something together.
Yes,
Mighty with the tracks.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I've been really focused on the research and stuff the past 6 months, almost a year, releasing just one track here and there. But I really want to come back to creating music. I've said it for a long time now, and now I feel like the landscape is clear for me to go on to that step. And yeah, I actually started exporting those. I didn't realize I had like more than 30 different ideas already. And so, yeah, I'm happy about it and looking forward to share that to my actually curious to see what it can inspire you, or even what you would, see with them. I will send it to you, Connie, as well. And yeah, we'll see. I want to make an album as well based on that. Actually, with a lot of collaboration, hopefully, because I don't know, I don't feel like the next things I want to do musically are alone things, or doing it strictly by myself. As I'm in the process of then looking for the next cycle and reinvention as well, I'm really looking for one guidance, and not necessarily I have a vision, something like that, like a curation vision, but I really want to create with others when it comes to the materials and stuff, and yeah, enjoy that process of really taking the opportunity of this space to do so, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to, and as it's uh, with me today, I would love to, yeah, take this occasion to create this way, because who know what will happen tomorrow. And yeah,
Hell yeah. I'm
Hey guys, I lost audio. I'm not sure what you said for the past 3 minutes, Mighty, but we're to make sure he doesn't pass me up. So
that's okay. Wow, this voice glitch was intense.
That was crazy, but I could still make
It's
out
re-
what he was saying.
it's recorded, yeah, but I
I
yeah,
love it.
we can sample that. But yeah, no problem, Connie. I was just talking about making music, basically.
I love it. Yeah, but I'm 100. I'm excited. I am ready to go whenever. Yeah, I think that's like a great idea too. Like just basically, I would love to do a trio album. Not saying that it needs to just be limited to us three, but I think that that would be super epic, and especially if we did it like an amusement park. Like I don't know why, but that's kind of how I view the artwork because I kind of feel like us three together are kind of like it would be a big amusement park with all kinds of different vibes within it. But ultimately when you go to my digital mighty world or my mighty digital world. I don't know. We'll figure out the title, but it's something like that. And it'll be fucking sick. I don't know. It'll sound crazy too because I know your sound and I know my sound and I know Connie's sound are all incredibly different in some respects, but bringing those all together, I mean, that's kind of what it's about. We'd be able to create a whole new vibe, and I think it would just be a lot of fun. We could really have fun with the artwork too. Um, but yeah, so much potential. And honestly, wait, I'm pretty sure you're also on the async too as well. You got accepted recently as well.
Yeah,
So I mean, who knows? Maybe we could even do it via that. But I don't know. I don't know. There's plenty of opportunity, plenty of ways we could do it. But I do love the new generative kind of randomized concept. I think that that is a really
mhm,
new and fresh way to do things. Um, they do take 20%, which it's a bit steep. It is what it is. It's a bit steep. I'm gonna always complain about anybody taking a percentage of our work, but that's me. But hey, the platform does a great job, and they
yeah,
do a lot of legwork, I suppose. So I can't be mad at that. But at the end of the day, um, it's still good stuff. Still amazing. But yeah, I mean, shout out to Connie, shout out to you, and shout out to everybody who collected um, a piece from this project. This is yeah, it's pretty sick. I'm pretty excited. Definitely some of my favorite songs too that I've made with Connie. Honestly, I think I don't know what my favorite would be, but I would say that it's probably on this project. It's really hard to say whenever you drop five at once. It's hard to say which one is actually the favorite. But yeah, it is dope. But damn, it's already 7:08. We've been repping, huh? I love it.
hmm
And by the way, everybody that's here right now, epic, epic. This could be, I guess I can't really say anything, but I'll say this: this could be an incredibly epic show for many reasons. But we'll just leave it at that. I don't think we can say anything else, so we're just gonna leave it at that.
yeah, absolutely. I know you've seen I played with RPG Labs this week as well, and
Yes.
I actually enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, should we? I mean, I think I heard it. I heard the snippet that you posted on Twitter. I would love to maybe play that just to get a vibe of it, just to play it for everybody. But yeah, so you used our how do you say it? Arpeggi Labs, or
Yeah,
is that what it's called? Arpeggi
RPG
Labs.
Labs. Yeah,
Arpeggi Labs, and this is so basically it's an on-chain DAW that allows you to use on-chain samples to build a beat within their platform, and then whenever the beat is done, you just hit mint, and then bang, there it is. So,
yeah, absolutely. And
yeah,
I've been really sorry. I'm 1 second.
Oh no, you sound like me, Mighty. Damn. Damn. They got you too.
did
That's
they?
crazy.
Do you know you sound crazy right now? Because for some reason it felt like you were playing into the fact that your voice is like incredibly robotic right now.
Is it seriously?
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
don't sound. Oh shit, my bad. Hang on.
It sounds hard though. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
it sounds really odd. Like we should record something with that effect before
Yeah,
it's gone.
Can you
I
hear
don't.
me?
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Yeah.
Hello?
That's good.
I
Yep.
can't hear shit.
Wait, you can't hear me? You can't hear me? Oh man. One end in, one end out.
Mhm.
Can't win them all.
But
But
yeah,
yes, RPG Labs.
but
Thank you, Brooke
basically,
Hawk, for that share.
as far as using it, I was really impressed because I'm following music software evolution since like Cubase 1, you know, where today at Cubase 12. So that, so like early 2000, I started, you know, looking at music software. And recently, when we were talking about how to include the software within the process of decentralizing music in general, um, yeah, RPG Labs, their new update is really, really impressive on many ways because the version 1 was already great, but you know, it looked a little bit kind of old school or really, you know, the base ID, but straight out of the V2, it's already really looking like something first that is really easy to use, like very intuitive when you're a producer that you are used to use music software for a long time, and it's pretty complete so far with you know, features and stuff, and the outcomes to me looks beautiful as this player, this HTML player that plays the track from the samples in real time rather than, you know, processing an MP3 and playing it afterwards. And then when you click on the song, you can see all the samples you used from all these creators, and that's mind blowing because the next step, when I believe, I don't have all the details, but my vision of it is that, you know, it creates this micro tracking of a song, and we talked about this idea many times, that you can go as far as tracking a kick drum, or whatever sound used in it uh, every time it's played or every time it's sold. So I believe today that is not possible. If I sell my NFT, I'm not sure, you know, the people that did this kick drum or whatever sample I used are compensated. But I believe, as far as the success of seeing first this iteration of at least the song being made with all the metadata incorporated and minting it as something that is beautiful to watch and to experience, is already a great success, a very impressive thing. And so I believe that's the next step for the V3 or V4, I don't know, but to be able to monetize all that micro tracking and be able to, you know, have better uh, sound banks, um, you know, to have more sound, more library in general to, you know, attract more users, more producers to use it. And already the first pack, the quality is great, and I um was happy that, you know, the test I did of one song really came out as something exactly how I would have done it with the music software when it comes to the textures, the melodies, and even in the end the mix. Like, it's not perfect how I would have done it with a software and plugins, but it's already, you know, enough to be able, if you are a simple mixer with faders, to make something sound pretty well mixed. And don't so combining textures, mix features and stuff, the outcome was really something I would have done the same way with my music software if I was looking for sound textures or stuff. So I can play a little sample here to give an example, but I'm really looking forward to see their evolution and to use the tool again, because you again have this feeling of doing something right now and you click the mint button, and that relates to our conversation just before, where you know, it's like the saving button, but it's actually minted. And so then when it's minted, someone else can use it and, you know, continue to track the activity around the song or whatever. So
Let's
yeah,
do it.
yeah, I really recommend everyone who is using music software to start experimenting with that. And there it goes. Yeah, the song is called Oxide Orange. But basically, Oxide is just 0x and ID, and then orange because I was about to name it like Oxide 33, but actually orange is 33. So whoever, whatever.
Interesting. Hey,
There it was.
I love it. I'm
looking
so.
for those
Are you?
Resident Evil type of ambience these days. So amongst other type of ambience, but yeah, this one was.
I like that reference.
Mhm.
That's a good reference actually. I could honestly see that in a fucking Resident Evil game.
Mhm.
Very much so.
Thank you.
I'm curious if they allow you to. I'm assuming it's no, but do they allow you to upload your own samples yet?
No,
Man, that's gonna be a game changer, huh?
but that's the thing. I mean, that was my next idea when I after using it is seeing the name of people from the community having um, had this opportunity to upload their own samples. It made me thought of the first sample bank that was out of the music album Others Die, and so I was thinking I would love to see this sample bank incorporated into the database. So yeah, I don't know when uh, they are looking to include new sounds, but I think it might be definitely the move, and I would love to put my own sound banks into sample banks into the database.
I feel like that would be dope. Like that's something that I would actually do personally.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would absolutely, because I mean, there's so many times where I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty selfish, I guess. Like if I were to make something that I liked a lot, I probably wouldn't include it. But there is times where I have stuff where I'm like, I feel like it would be cool to be able to just throw a guitar loop in there or just throw like little samples in there that I would be I would do that. That would definitely be something that I would spend time just like making samples for people to then go in and mint and use or whatever it is. And I don't know if that's actually something like that would be lucrative, but I do think that it would be fun to see where people could go
Yeah.
with that. And the microtransaction element of it is something that I think could catch on in the future. But yeah, I mean, everything being tokenized like that makes sense. I wonder how you would facilitate it long term, but like how would say you use samples and what happens once it's off the platform? I think that's probably where it gets tricky, but um, that's just why it's still incredibly fucking simple. Oh, my world samples and beats for Cypher. Oh, easy. All the way down. All the way down, dude. I think I remember saying that early on. When I first learned about Cypher, I was like, dude, I'll literally give you beats.
Yeah,
I'll
same,
literally provide beats for the Cypher. But I didn't
same.
know if that was actually possible or not because they were like auto-generated, I think, at the time. I don't know if they still are, but that'd be crazy.
But yeah, to me, this music software is really the direction I would love to see things going. So yeah, there's a lot of other issue to fix to see this moving forward. But I'm already impressed as far as the online DAW, the online music software. It's already working great. I haven't seen one that well yet, and so that is really significant. But already having the opportunity to, you don't know where this will go, and so having your sound bank uh, into amongst the earliest ones on the platform, um, you don't know, you know, like you said, where this will go, with how people will use it, and you don't know, you might end up with a kick drum or something that is used in thousands of songs in 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, bro, it's so funny. In the chat, you'll see the fucking order of events here. But yeah, you just brought up Morocco, which I'm obsessed with for the last 2 days. Because I've been doing weird research about the Moors, which let's not get into it right now because that's a fucking rabbit hole. But and that's why I titled it Morocco. But yes, you said Morocco, and that's why I sent you this beat. I literally just made this beat yesterday. It's super simple, but I just thought it was fucking hilariously, whatever you call it, like coincidental. Which, by the way, a lot of people think that America is just Western Morocco. I know it sounds crazy.
What does it mean? Morocco, like the country Morocco?
Yes, Morocco is a country, but why I spelled it Morocco is because, yeah, it's a rabbit hole, guys. But let's just say that the Moors essentially run America. The founding fathers were nothing more than the psyop people who they wanted to tell everybody in terms of history who founded America. When in reality, come on, guys. We obviously know Christopher Columbus didn't fucking found America, but it goes deeper than just Native Americans living here. There was something much different going on here. And there's a lot of evidence to prove it. And there's a lot of very interesting reasons behind this. And it gets really fucking crazy. It would flip everything that you think you know about history on its head. And a lot of people would be really mad at me if I said it, because if I said it, I would look like you know what I mean? I would look bad. But it is it is beautiful. But yeah, so I just thought that was crazy. But Morocco, that's crazy. He's going to Morocco though. I find that very interesting. This girl I dated for like a year who is from Italy, she's 100% Moroccan. And I swear to God, her uncle is the coach of the Morocco international team, who is literally playing in the World Cup. So in Morocco, this girl is deemed fucking royalty. I'm literally not joking either. Swear to God. She came back to America to visit in early February early February or late January, and she would not see me unless I got vaccinated. I was like, you're fucking crazy. I was like, I'm not getting vaxxed just to see you. So yeah, so I haven't seen her in like 2 years, but let's hope that she comes back and gets over the whole vaccine thing, because honestly, after my research and knowing that she's 100% Moroccan, I'm not gonna lie, guys, I might have to plant a seed in that. Yeah. I'm joking, but I mean, come on.
Be careful about. We used to say about Moroccan girls that they are, of the most dangerous witches around. So
That Oh, really?
Yeah,
That makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. She was
yeah,
crazy.
it's dangerous,
She was
like really. But I mean, it can be in a good way, but it's there. Yeah.
yeah, she was well, she grew up in Italy. Like she was born in Morocco
Hmm.
and then moved to Italy like when she was like a teenager, like a young teenager. But so she speaks like Italian and um has like an Italian accent, I guess. I don't know. Every time I imitate it, I sound Russian, so I can't really imitate the accent. But she yeah, but she lives in Italy. So I mean,
Hmm.
technically speaking, she probably has more of an Italian culture to her than a Moroccan culture, but at the same time, um yeah,
I
she
mean,
was definitely different. Definitely was different than any other girl I've ever met.
but
Very forward.
that can
Very
be
forward.
for good if you are in the right direction with the flow. Because but I can tell you, I mean, my grandmother was from Morocco as well, and I know a lot of Moroccan girls, and yeah, that's something you can see most of the time. But yeah, again, it can be good, but you have to go with the flow. If you're
Yeah,
against
yeah.
the flow, it can be pretty dangerous. But
No, I mean, listen, whenever she didn't get what she wanted, she would be very upset. She would definitely say whatever. She was wild in terms of what she would say. She was very but then again, that's like every girl, I don't know. Any girl that's comfortable with you is going to tell you to go fuck yourself if they want to. So, I don't think that's like a too particular to her, but yeah. I swear to God, I actually literally hit her up yesterday. I was like, "When are you coming back to America?" And this is completely biased based off of random research I was doing, and I was like, "Wait a minute, Morocco, the Moors." By the way, I'm like half
send
Sicilian, so if you know anything about Sicily and the Moors went to Sicily essentially for to hide, and a lot of people believe that the Moors are still integrated within Sicily. And listen, it wouldn't surprise me, guys. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm not going to finish the thought, but it wouldn't surprise me. Okay? There's no fucking question why I can understand what they do. You know what I mean? You got to be one to know one, right? You got to be able to understand the game here. I'm not saying much. I'm just saying, listen, you put me in the sun for too long. It's game over. But
but
anyhow.
send me some links. I'm curious about this story.
Some links, yeah, dude. I was having a hard time finding valid videos around the subject, and if you search it on YouTube, you don't really get much. I was on Odyssey, I was on BitChute searching, and I found some longer docs, and there was some interesting stuff. But ironically, I found more interesting information on TikTok
Mhm.
when I searched. Which, by the way, are they about to ban it? I mean, this is apparently what they're saying. Apparently, they're going to ban TikTok, but they've said this for like the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me, but nonetheless, yeah. So lots of very strange coincidences going on here. Nonetheless, easy if you ever do decide to let producers come in and put some beats on that thing. You got me. You can have. We'll see how many you can get for Frizzle. Give you a few for Frizzle just because you're a real one and you're in there. And the song that you have, you can obviously use that one as well. You can use all the stems. You can use all the stems from that song from Father's Tune. And actually, you have the star tetrahedron as well. It was a good choice. It was a good choice. It was a great choice actually. You and Connie are the only two star tetrahedrons in the current at the current whatever time it is. But public announcement will be in the next week or two, and then other people can get in if they want. We'll see what happens, all right? I'm not fucking promising anything. Actually, I am promising something. I'm just saying I'm not promising that they're going to go. But who cares, right? Bear market. We're grinding. Anyhow, good stuff, huh? What a great show with the fam. We get to celebrate. We get some. We got some. Connie joined us. Always great when Connie joins us. Honestly, I feel like the show would be amazing if Connie was with us every time. It's something I love. I love when Connie joins us.
Yeah.
Um,
Me too.
But it is but what a
Thanks, guys. Do I sound robotic still?
yeah.
I do. Oh shit.
Incredibly though, I can make out what you're saying completely.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. Shout out to Space Painter though.
That's absolutely an epic sound. Like, really, you should talk for a minute about it, and we should do something with it because it almost sounds more
Well, I
organic.
sound normal to myself. I don't know what's going on. I sound like I can't hear it. But if you say it sounds dope, it doesn't really matter.
You know what it sounds like, Mighty? It sounds like a comb EQ, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I don't even know what a comb EQ does, but I don't think you can see the plugins on my screen if I pull it up. But a comb EQ is like that thing where like it resonates a frequency at a certain, like wherever you put it, but when you do it, it does like crazy weird it does super weird fucking I don't know how to describe it. It just does weird resonances. Yeah, comb EQ. This right here. I'm not gonna play it, but if you've ever used one of these, it's like I don't know what it does, but it's like it says filter. I don't really understand how it's a filter, but yeah, and then you can like dynamically do some stuff with the gain. But yeah, it's super interesting, and that's how it sounds. It sounds like an MQ or comb EQ. I gotta mute that so that I don't fuck up the track. But yeah, good stuff, huh? Lots of fun stuff.
Yeah.
Well, shit. What else happened this week, huh? I mean, fuck.
I mean,
Hey, let's just I'll say this weekly reminder for anybody who's new. Weekly reminder that sound cannot be trusted, and that they're a label. They are a label in disguise. I'm gonna say that again. Sound is a label in disguise. Okay? I mean, there's no reason, nothing else to it. Just wanted to let everybody know sound is a label in disguise. And it's that simple. Okay? Don't be fooled. That's it. Okay? And I still can't get over how it seems ever since sound came out, that's the only platform people care about. It makes no fucking sense. Makes zero fucking sense. And, you know, respect to nobody. Okay? Zero fucking respect at this point. I'm done with it. All right? It's that simple. And, you know, I didn't tell this story, Mighty, but I kind of did. Maybe I did last week. I don't remember. But I actually met David. I met David in person. I don't know if I told you this. I think I did. Did I? Did we talk about this?
Yeah, you did. But when was it? And in New York?
It was in New York. This was after one of the shows, and I saw him, and I immediately fucking walked right up to him. Fucking yeah, he didn't know who I was at first, so I grabbed him it was a friendly encounter. It's not like I was pressing him or anything. You know, it was a friendly encounter. Because in person, like, I don't really give a fuck. But you know, we had a good little chat. He brought you up, which I thought was hilarious. He said you guys were boys, which I thought was hilarious. Which, by the way, hey, I'm not saying you guys aren't cool, because we're all cool, right? We're all super cool. But yet, have you gotten a message back yet? Have I gotten a message back yet? Has anybody gotten a message back? Have they done anything overwhelmingly to support the quote unquote OG community? The answer is no. Because all they wanted to do was make sure that we're staying in our place. That's it, guys. They just want to keep us in our place. But what's going to put them out of their place is whenever we support our own. And I'm not saying like we need to fucking go out here and shell out all this ETH or do all kinds of crazy shit, blah, 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 blah. But there's nothing that hurts them more than whenever an independent big middle finger to the sound group and we get fucking sales and we sell out and we do our thing and we don't need them. They can't stand that shit. And then whenever we drop something that's actually beneficial to the space, they fucking do everything they can to pander to us so that they can make sure that they're included because they're fucking desperate. but they're really not. They just want to be included in everything because they know that they're doing nothing but building up a press release to then sell the remaining amount of their business to a label. That's all it is. I literally can't wait till they do it, because when they do it, it's going to be hilarious. It might take another year. It might take 2 years, but I fucking guarantee you sound is getting sold to a big label. Abso-fucking-lutely. No question about it. I don't know when it'll happen. It will happen though. There's no fucking question about it. But we had a good chat in person. You know, he brought up, I straight up told him, I was like, dude, I didn't, you know, I immediately brought up the fact that I didn't respond to his messages because I was like, dude, like, you guys were in the exhibit from the start. So like, I just found it absurd that you were messaging me about this. And then he's like, oh yeah, you know, I talked to Studio Nouveau, and you know, I talked to Mighty, and he's my boy, blah blah blah, like all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, dude, sick, bro, yeah, you know what I mean? I was being nice, you know, it was a good convo. It was a good convo, right? I'm just saying, after that convo, you know, we talked actually later in the night as well, and he brought up Connie, which I thought was interesting. He brought up Connie because he knows that the second after I talked to him for the first time, the first person I told him about was Connie. I was like, hey, like, you should talk to Connie. And obviously he did. And, you know, as you know, I won't say too much about this part, but at the end of the day, you know, it has Connie dropped on sound? The answer is no. So obviously that didn't go anywhere either. And regardless of whether we did or we did not, it's all good. The point is that they just did not give a fuck about the OG community. And then when I talked to them in person, they act like they were all interested. And it's like, oh, we're gonna get you guys on, blah 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 blah. And like, it was a good convo. It's like, oh, great to meet you in person. And he did DM me whenever he got back, and he DM'd me and said it was good to meet in person. I said, yeah, it was good to meet. You know, it was a good little exchange. It was one message each, right? Just good to meet you, good to meet you, good to meet you, great to meet you. You know, you got to one up them. Good to meet you, great to meet you. Actually, oh, it was good to meet me. No, it was great to meet you. Actually, as a matter of fact. But anyways, sorry, I am talking. I'm being all right. I'm just gonna pause. But the point is, you know, after all of that, they're over here not giving anybody a drop still, you know? Has Connie got hit up to do a drop? No. Has Mighty, have you got hit up to do a drop?
No.
No. Have I got hit up to do a drop? No. And look, I'm not saying that individually we should care. It's just the idea of, you know, you pander, and then you get what you want, which is why I was saying, you know, before, this is what we should look out for, because we knew nothing was really going to come from it. They were just making sure that we weren't a real threat to them. That's the game here. This is massive business, which, by the way, I also found something else out that I found really, really interesting. And I kind of want to share it real quick, which I just love shitting on sound, because at the end of the day, dude, kind of fuck them, dude. Like, at the end of, like, I seriously don't care. Like, I really don't give a fuck. I just cannot believe that they have continually just acted like complete punks consistently. There's just no reason for it. There's no fucking reason for it. But hold on, let me pull this up, because I found this incredibly interesting. So yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to remind everybody, yeah, don't trust them. You can, but you know what I mean? Support an artist that you love. You know, if they drop on sound, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, at the end of the day, they don't know any better, right?
Yeah, and once again, the token and the artist themselves are more of the value long term to me. So
I'm sorry, one more time. My bad.
no, that's cool. I said, once again, to me, the real value is in the tokens themselves, in the artist's provenance, and you know, whatever.
Absolutely.
The platform does bring value, for sure, but long term, you don't know with this kind of business who will be there or not in 10 years. And but at least those tokens from these artists remains. And I don't know, we will see.
Right.
We can hear your bet of sound being bought by someone in the near or midterm future. I can see it as well, but I don't know. it's just recently from this acquisition during the bear market. I mean, you can feel how, yeah, these Web3, initiatives, platforms are having as well a hard time in these days, and but not only for music, for NFTs in general, and that's how we see, eBay or the big dogs coming out of the woods to buy back everything at low price. And I don't know, yeah, as music hasn't really started yet, the music industry is looking at the blockchain business for a while now. They are well aware of what's going on, and yeah, they might be on their side as well, looking for the best opportunities to get in, and let the market itself filter out the noise and let them see what's good to invest in and to acquire in their next move. Even Spotify, I wouldn't be surprised that Spotify acquires something at some point. So yeah, we will see.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, and look, I mean, we if you guys don't know, the founder, or as he calls himself, the co-founder, David, his dad worked for Pandora, or sorry, not Pandora. Atlantic. I think it was Atlantic Records, which is why I wanted to. Oh yeah, and okay, it is Atlantic. Yeah, all right. Sorry, I had a conversation with someone recently about this, and I wasn't sure which label it was. I was basically told that Sound is owned 20%. I'm not going to say who told me this because they also own a NFT platform, which kind of narrows it down. But I'm pretty sure it's Atlantic. I'm pretty sure Atlantic Records owns essentially 20% of Sound. So 100%. DJ Drama and 21 Savage are invested. Not a surprise whatsoever. Now, I wanted to bring up DJ Drama is Atlantic. Yeah, makes perfect fucking sense. Makes perfect fucking sense. And David worked for Atlantic Records very early on in his life. Like literally when he was 13 years old, he was an A&R rep for Atlantic Records. I mean, if that's not nepotism, I don't know what is. Okay? I'm not saying that he didn't deserve it, but what the fuck is a 13-year-old going to tell you about, the music business? They're not going to tell you anything. It's a complete fucking shilled industry. They get taught the business, and that's it. Who's going to sell? Who's going to make us money? And then they learn how to manipulate the fuck out of these artists because they know artists are desperate. They know artists don't know what the fuck they're worth. And so that's easy to manipulate these people because, and honestly, here's the best part. Everybody that's on Sound is relatively brand new to Web3. Most Sound drops are like their first mint. And most of the people that were put on Sound first are either people that literally was their first mint, or they were brought in by your top thought-leading influencers who also most likely didn't really go through a proper education. They just literally were like, hey, you look controllable. Let's go through my funnel. Because when you go through someone's funnel, you deleverage yourself. They don't want you to have the leverage. It's the same game as Web 2. It's the same game as labels, same game as managers. When you have the leverage, they don't have anything to gain off of you. But when they're dangling their shekels in your fucking face and you take them, then guess who's now your fucking master? Them. You ain't fucking fooling me. You ain't fooling me. No, sir. Anyway, I wanted to bring up this tweet here, though, and I know that we didn't really talk about it. It's a random tweet, but I came across it the other night, and I actually wanted to DM this guy, but I didn't really want to put myself in the middle of this. So I don't know if anybody in here knows who this is. I don't really know who he is myself, but I came to see this through a mutual friend who was quote tweeting it, kind of defending Sound. And I was curious why they were defending Sound. So this person is not defending Sound. It's somebody who quote tweeted him defending Sound. And I was very confused. So if you didn't know, there was a drop on Sound recently that was called Crypto Boy, which if you don't know what that is, essentially it was a viral TikTok video. Literally, it was just a viral TikTok video of this girl who made this meme song about crypto. And yeah, it's like a poppy song, you know what I mean? And it's not bad. She's got a good voice. She's got probably good. It's a well-produced song, whatever. You know what I mean? It's not like going to break it's not going to break the world, but it was a meme song and it went viral on TikTok. So what happened was it was duetted by another girl who was a part of Camp Chaos. And I literally remember the day I saw it, and I actually tweeted at her and I said, yo, look at this video. It's going viral and you're in it. I think this is crazy. Not even 2 weeks later, they both are onboarded to Sound and they're doing a sound drop. Mm-hmm. Absolutely fucking baffled. I'm absolutely baffled by it. So, but that's fine. You know, that's the game. Now, apparently this goes deeper than just that song. So apparently, I don't know the full story here, but apparently this guy was upset about the drop. I don't really know exactly why, but essentially I'm going to break down his tweet, and then we're going to talk about what my theory is on what happened. So here's his tweet. So he says, just want to clarify that I have no part in the Crypto Boy mint or its airdrop, so please don't blame me for you not having it yet. If it was up to me, you would have had it first drop when I was planning my mint. And then he goes on to say, I was told by Sound.xyz via FaceTime, this is obviously David, that they were doing the mint for Crypto Boy, even though I had a whole mint planned out, days and art already that I had to stop posting about to do with mine because it was taking away from their mint for women's reproductive rights. And that if I didn't, things could get really bad for me, that if I didn't stop talking about me not being included.
What?
So I don't, yeah, 100%. Very, very interesting. And I don't fully know what exactly this is about. But as you can see, this clearly went under the fucking radar. No conversation about this whatsoever. I didn't know what it was. So I was ready to DM this dude and get to the bottom of it because this looks real sketch. This looks real bad once again and makes them look once again incredible. So essentially, I started reading the replies. I started like doing a little research on myself and just figuring it out, which by the way, I'm actually looking now. There's a whole ass tweet here from 2 hours ago. And this guy says, well, I'm not going to read that one yet. I want to read something that somebody else said. And I think it's actually really, really telling. So basically, okay, am I reading this as about someone named Sound muscling you out of trademark usage? That is so hot right now. Singing, I don't care about your trademark, boy. So basically, my theory is this. Most likely, this guy had a song that was most likely very similar to the idea of a crypto-esque song. Most likely, he was going to drop it via Sound, or was most likely tied in with the song Crypto Boy in some fashion. Whether it was his original idea, I don't really know the details to be speaking on it this highly, but all I'm focused on is that he very clearly states that Sound basically tells him it's going to be bad if you don't shut up. That sounds that doesn't surprise me at all. And if you read most of the comments, most of the replies, it's pretty evident that they are doing everything in their power to act like basically mobsters and then still act like they're out here trying to help other artists. And like I said, this is my favorite duet of Crypto Boy, Louis C. Rhymes. I love it. Louis' big time hustler. You got to respect it. I love it. So it's like Crypto Boys and Glory, say it back if she's not going to make it. That is fucking hilarious, actually. I love it. Natalie, way to join us fucking 2 hours late. And you want to know what's going on. I love it. You missed a great episode, though, I got to tell you. But shout out to Natalie for joining us.
Yeah. Hello, Natalie.
So basically, yeah, I really don't know the full story here, but essentially what it looks like is that Sound came in and basically told this guy, hey, you better shut up or we're going to fucking make your life even worse than it already is. And obviously him publicly trying to say something about it, he's probably blackballed now. So once again, just another story about sound acting like the mobsters that they are. And at the end of the day, it's just not good. I'm not a big fan of it. But I would love to get to the bottom of this story. But if you look at the replies, it's very interesting, especially the quote tweet from the person who was basically within the Camp Chaos, and she was kind of defending sound. And honestly, I had absolutely no idea why, because her points were just completely inaccurate. And it's, but that's the power of a platform who's making you money. At the end of the day, when you dangle the fucking shekels in front of these people's faces, they're fucking absolutely mesmerized. And when you got money on the table, people don't care about how they're fucking everybody else. They're just going to take their money and they're going to be happy, and then they're going to defend their master that just gave them money. But at the end of the day, we are not fooled over here. We are very aware of the fact that this is a obvious label in disguise, acting as mobsters to basically force people to do whatever they want or make moves however they please. So it's just another example of bad things. But I would love to talk to this dude in on the DMs. I just didn't want to come off like an op myself, DMing him and being like, hey, can you tell me about what happened? Mm-hmm. And I just felt like I would have looked like I would have looked like an op if I would have came in his DMs and be like, yo, I'm curious to know more about this. But yeah, but I digress on that one. It's good stuff though.
Yeah, no,
it's great stuff.
I mean, that's quite interesting. I haven't seen that, and yeah, I mean, that sounds like you just described. So that's yeah, I don't have words, but that
right.
really doesn't sound
like
cool so far. I mean, that's a bad sign for sure, but that's not the first one neither. But at the same time, we will see how far this can go, if that go that direction. I don't know, but
yeah, and like I said, I mean, I look, I trust this guy more than I trust this dude's word more than I trust Sound's word. That's how I look at it. And this tweet in particular is the one that really makes me spark. Like I said, I mean, it does not surprise me to see this type of rhetoric or this type of conversation happening between, this, that, and the other. And by the way, what they did with that song is positive. And that's why it's even more fucked, because you can't even look at the parts that are wrong about what happened, because then they're going to be like, oh, what? You don't support the cause? You don't support the cause? It's like, that's not the point. It's that you basically are acting as fucking as hitmen on artists' careers, because they're making your life more difficult, because they're trying to oust you for what you're doing. And because they have the power, and because they clearly are way more powerful than just being a friendly little platform that helps artists, it's a problem. It's a big time issue. And so, yeah, we just try to bring awareness. It's just your weekly reminder that you can't trust sound. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. But hey, shout out to the squad. I loved it. I love that everybody's in here last second. Louis, welcome.
Hello. Yeah.
Sounds really cares about the cause. Yeah, of course they do. They care about anything that's going to make them a bigger headline story. That's it. That's all they fucking care about. Whatever's going to get them a bigger headline. Which honestly, I mean, shit, like getting hated on, it's probably one of the better methods to getting press. So I don't know why they wouldn't even have came in and fucking did some things. Talking about the crypto boy thing, yeah. Well, Louis, do you have alpha on this situation? I don't know if anybody truly knows what I kind of just brought up here, because I think it's a pretty niche thing. Like, even that tweet, we should get that dude easy. That's exactly what I was going to do when I DM'd him. I was going to tell him, like, yo, I do a podcast. I would love for you to come on and talk about this, because that's what we need. We need to give people who are being silenced the voice to talk about what really went down. And then I would love to hear from him what happened, and then exactly find a way to actually support him, because that's the thing that they don't want. They don't want these people who are clearly against them to actually be successful, because then what? But it's really hard to beat a centralized. It's not even centralized. It's just really hard to beat a label in disguise. And that's exactly what it is. Sound is a label in disguise. Label in disguise. I'm going to say it again. Sound is a label in disguise.
But yeah, that's crazy how much, because I'm just catching up, but I'm looking at the numbers, and it's there's been 46 Ethereum around that drop, and that's way over any average drop on sound. The closest to that is the Snoop Dogg drop, actually. So that's an interesting insight around the story.
Right. And we all know what Snoop's doing. Nothing. Basically. No disrespect to Snoop. At the end of the day, like, he sold out a long time ago. Nobody should be surprised that he just continues to sell out. It is what it is. And it's not even selling out. He's just finessing the game. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Whatever. Do your thing. Do your thing. But don't shit on us. Yeah, I don't know the situation, but all I know is everyone in the crypto space who did a verse on that song just bowed down to the normies, and it pissed me off, so I had to tell that bitch what's up. Oh, I love that. I saw the caption of this message, and I absolutely love it. I wasn't sure if you were Snoop is the ultimate cash grabber, 100%. No, yeah, 100%. Crypto boys, say it back if she's not gonna make it. Right? Like, does she even know what she's doing? No. This is what my whole problem with all of the artists that are even on that platform is they have no idea what they're even involved with. They're just simply being what these platforms do is they walk people in, and then guess what? Once again, you're deleveraged. You're immediately deleveraged by your fucking master that just told you and just gave you this check, essentially, or whatever it is. So it's a big problem. It's a big problem. You need to play the video. All right, let's. Please, yeah. Mighty, if you can, I'd love to hear it. Is there lyrics? I could share screen too, actually, since I'm kind of already shared. But yeah, sorry guys. Everybody comes in last second, and we had a good chat though today. We had a good chat. Connie joined us. Well, I know there's lyrics. I mean, I was saying maybe written, but I was yeah. We were chatting a lot. It was good. It was a good positive vibe the first half, as it usually is. And then we like to remind everybody that sound can't be trusted. So the OG community, no, we don't like that. We don't like that. Okay, go ahead. Oh wait. Is that you or is that me? Should I click it or should you click it?
I'm on it. Thank you for the link, Louis. Okay, 1 second. And it's on.
Cause you bought shit it's an act of defiance. Most rap to attack the desires. Hold back cause they know that they can get the most cash on and an act of compliance. Spotify got them by all of they balls. Paying them pennies while they get it all. Ripping off artists, control them and charge them when they work the hardest to benefit y'all. Banks gonna fuck you. Got gas in the tank when I come through. Chain gang finna hang and they bump blue. Raised like a sunroof. Thanks for the love too. I spit and it bang like a gun do. That Bitcoin change like a mudroom. Anti-establishment. Some real rapper shit. I really value it. It's not fungible.
Yeah, that is dope. Sorry I didn't share the video, but the sound is great.
Yeah. I was ready for that. I was ready for that to keep going. I honestly, he did. Yeah. That was it. That's what we need. That's what we need. I love that. I didn't even see that. I fucking love that. That shit is hilarious. That is what we need.
Great.
Honestly, like, it's like I said, it isn't simple to beat a label in disguise, but the biggest things that we can do, which is, like I said, we already kind of showed love for the community that, and a lot of you are in here. A lot of you are in here that supported the recent Connie drop, for example. It's like that kind of stuff is like really what we need. It's like, I'm not saying that we should all be fucking, listen, I'm not going to give you my left shoe if I need it. But here's my point. At the end of the day, it's like, if we can help each other out, like that's what we need. That's what makes these platforms actually worried, which is why they're on our dick whenever they're not included in a history exhibit, right? And they're fucking DMing everybody they can and be like, "Oh, why aren't we in it? Why aren't we in it?" It's like, dude, like, I mean, like, you are in it. First of all, you don't know how to do fucking research, and number two, yeah, look, we rant about this. We give them almost too much power by ranting about them, but it's just a constant reminder because I'm telling you, they're not going anywhere, and they have fooled too many people at this point, and they fooled them with money. They haven't even fooled them with anything else. There's nothing special about anything here. It's just simply easy onboarding to artists who are actually not native to understanding to what they're doing. And then that is like the way in which that they keep them controlled. It's because they don't know what they're doing. Then they get this check and they're like, this is so sick. This must be it. This must be the thing. And then next thing you know, they're continuing the cycle. And then you see artists defending them. And it's like, yo, no, stop. Like you really are not paying attention to what's going on to these other artists. And that's a big issue. I need that issue in the Chronicles. Dude, we have it. Louis, I was gonna say, every picture I have of me and Connie, you are in every single one. There's like 5. It's good stuff. I think I do have it, honestly. Oh wait, here we go. I got one. I actually got one. I got one. I got 2 actually.
Incoming.
A squat.
Yeah, these are legendary pictures.
I was a little roomed out on this one. Mai's extremely tall. Yikes. Natalie, were you in New York? I expected to see you. I expected to see Lindsay. I expected to see a couple people that I didn't see. I thought you lived in New York for some reason. I have no idea where people live, but I always assume people live in either LA or New York because people are basic.
I've seen Lindsay was there. I've seen some tweets from her.
Art Basel I'm interested to go to Art Basel. It just seems like a way more expensive trip. And yeah. Oh wait, there's another one. Another one. Squat. That shit is hilarious. Yeah, we did tell that story. Connie made us wait. Next thing you know, he gets a little high, and then he dips, and then he fucking dips. Which I mean, respect. You know what I mean? Respect. At the end of the day, you can't force a man to get high and then be social, right? This is why I didn't smoke that much weed when I was up there. But I don't know, man. The shroomies did the exact opposite. It made me incredibly social. I was just ripping words out for no reason. I really haven't smoked since I got back, but yeah. So I mean, hey, what a great trip. Is there by the way, is there another? I'm assuming Magmaster doesn't have his show at 8:00 anymore.
Right now, no.
I'm assuming we get to just. Hell yeah. Yeah, thanks for joining. All good. But yeah, so it's been a nice 2 hours though. You guys can keep going. I mean, shit, I don't know if is that what the people want? Is that what the people need? Mighty, what's on your mind?
I mean, I'm still thinking that we haven't talked that much about the chaos drop, but I don't know. We can wrap it up, but I'm down to continue there.
Do you want to talk about the chaos drop? We can definitely talk about it. Louis, thank you. Thank you, Louis. I literally asked him today. I'm actually gonna screenshot my quote today. I literally DM'd him. I was like, bro, this was after we were chatting about some things, but I was like, hold up. There might be a reason why that might not be so simple, but hold on. I just want to share this because I literally. I even said please. I don't say please a lot. Granted, I didn't spell the whole word out, so not as big as it could have been. But nonetheless, I'm on it, man. I'm on it. I would love to start that show again. I think there's a few things that we got to get over this next week. I think there's a few things that we got to figure out, but I think as a group, like literally everybody in here right now that's listening, I think as a group we're not only going to be able to rally, but I think we're going to rally even higher than we were before. I think it's a great opportunity. But I don't really know the full details. All I know is that I think the opportunity here is grand. And I think that there's a way to reinvent.
Yeah.
Necessity breeds invention, and that's kind of how I'm leaning into whatever's about to go down. But I'm excited about it. But yes, I would love to fucking start the show again. But yeah, do you want to talk about I feel like
it's up to you. I don't know what the situation has been since the last time we talked about it, if that evolved or not. But yeah, I was just curious. But we don't necessarily need to talk about it.
No, I mean, I think it's important because
I've seen it in the billboard. I sent you a link. Yeah, for example.
Exactly. Please actually send that link again so we could talk, because I would like to bring this up. So yeah. All right. So I'm sure you guys may or we talked about it on the show, but I was kind of talking about it from my original perspective, which has only gotten worse since then. But I have started the conversation, and we are in the process of nailing down the problem, even though I don't really know exactly how we're gonna go and get a solution to this problem. But essentially, so yeah, right. So it says 50-person band, but there were 77 people involved with this song camp grown project called Chaos. So I was a part of this. I was a part of the musicians team. I made the best 3 songs, obviously, because I'm a fucking beast and everybody else is an amateur. So I did that. I put in as much work as possible, right? I'm kind of kidding, but I'm really not. So the point is I did that. And at the end of this, and keep in mind, this whole entire project is based off the concept of being a quote unquote headless band. So when you think of a headless band, you probably think of the idea of, no one superstar, no one person kind of getting all of the shine. Yeah, or the percentage, right? Either way you look at it. So, at the end of it, 2 days before the actual launch, we were actually hit with our final percentages. Now, when we were hit with our final percentages, I was dumbfounded. And not even 30 minutes after I read this, I started calling people. I said, what the fuck is this? I started calling people, and look, guys, it was 2 days before the drop. What was I about to do? Fucking ruin it for everybody else? Because I was upset. And it wasn't even like a personal thing. Like, retrospectively, I was still on the upper echelon of the musician side of things. But when I tell you that the musicians were on the lowest tier of payees of this project, I'm not even kidding you. So essentially, this is how the project broke down. I'm going to give 2 statistics, and I think this should pretty much tell you the biggest problems that I had with it, and then I'll tell you how it happened. So, like I said, 77 people. There's 45 songs created, 45 musicians. I was responsible to make 3 songs, and regardless of how that went down, that's basically was the goal. There was artists involved too, and then there was an ops team or like basically managers, right? So they dropped the percentages, yes, 2 days before the drop. And when I got the percentages, I started crunching numbers because I knew when I saw it, I knew it was fucked. But when I started actually dialing the numbers in and realizing how much we got fucked, I was blown away. So, and keep in mind, guys, this is a project based on Songcamp, right? So when you think of Songcamp, you think like, oh, it's a music project. The musicians should be valued, and not to mention that in Web3, we are supposed to readjust the valuing to benefit the musicians, to benefit the artists, and all artists, right? And it doesn't mean that people should be cut low if you're not an artist, but it's the idea that was the solve. Like we were supposed to solve the value flow problem. So at the end of it, once I crunched all the numbers, there was two things I found out. Number one, there was 27% cut off the top. That 27% went to Songcamp. Okay, all right. Like that one hurt when I figured that one out. I was like, okay, I don't know when the fuck we agreed on this, but okay, that's a real issue. Now, if you take the top 12 people in the project and there's 77 people in this entire project. 12 out of 77 is like maybe 13%, maybe like 20% max. Those top 12 people, if you count the top portion, which is the 27% of Songcamp going straight to Songcamp, which, by the way, the people in the top 12 are basically the admins, are basically the people who were within the inside group. They got, in total, 51% of the project. So the top 12 people out of a 77 group of people got 51% total, if you add it all together. 51%. And the musicians added as a total with 3 outliers, which basically, the reason why I say with 3 outliers is because these 3 people, in my opinion, were paid significantly higher than the remaining amount of the musicians. Like, here's a stat for you. From number 2, from the third highest paid musician to the first highest paid musician, which is only 2 people, that difference, the difference between the third highest paid and the first highest paid, the difference of that covers musicians 3 all the way down to number 45. So think about that math. That basically means that at the top tier of getting paid, these people are getting paid significantly more. And all right, so the entire group of musicians, if you add them all together, made 37% of the project. And that's counting those 3 people at the top. Take those 3 people away, and you have something around 33%, 32%. So keep in mind, the top 12 people got 51% of this project. Keep in mind, they took 27% off the top. This is a quote-unquote headless band, a headless band of music. What are they selling? They're selling music NFTs. How much are the musicians getting? 37% total. And by the way, a lot of these musicians got fucked. Like, really fucked. I even myself, look, I could be selfish and bring myself into this. At the end of the day, if they were to reroute this and fix it, I wouldn't even be getting that much more. And nor do I give a fuck about myself. I give a fuck about the entire other group of musicians who got incredibly fucked. And by the way, they're going to justify it based on it being an experiment. That's basically what it is. And by the way, guys, even a label deal is better than that. Even a label, you're splitting it 50-50 half the time. But every time a music NFT sell of this project, which is why I didn't shill this project one time on Twitter after I found this, but I have not engaged with this project once since this came out. And the reason for that is because I was baffled that they waited until 2 days before the drop, which, by the way, there's more to this story, by the way. There's so much to this story, which, by the way, I think the chaos hasn't even begun yet, which is why I have been doing my best to get in contact with the person. How much does Songcamp get? Songcamp took 27% off the top. So Songcamp took 27% off the top. And guys, keep in mind, the top 12 highest paid people were outliers. Like, they got paid significantly higher than the musicians. Your average people in the top 12 got paid double what the musicians got paid.
The thing is,
double.
There's a 27 cut for Soundcamp, but all the Soundcamp people are part of the 77 people that are cut out of the last remaining percentages. So that's why you end up with more than 50% for the team, because Soundcamp cut and the people that are included in the 77 people are the same.
Exactly. Thank you, Mighty. Yeah. I sometimes when I be ranting, I can't exactly fully explain this. And honestly, if I shared the doc, which I did, I made my own sheets. I literally made my own Google Sheets document, and I fucking broke this. I broke it all down because I'm prepared to go to war. I just haven't went to war yet because the founder, Songcamp, decided to take a fucking month break right after the project drop. He decided to go get married, go on honeymoon. Congratulations, my guy. But you made your bed. Now it's time for us to lay. Now it's time for us to have a conversation. And by the way, I tried to set this call up a while ago, and he was like, "Oh, let's yeah," like, and he set it up for 13 days later. I was like, "Bro, there's no way you're busy for the next 13 days. I think you should prioritize the call. I think it's a little more important than you think." And by the way, guys, I have been very, very strategic about who I've brought into this. I say it on here because this is fucking family. You guys are like, I know everybody in here. First of all, I know nobody in the Songcamp calls are fucking here. And at the end of the day, I hope they are here because I hope they understand what's going on here and what's about to happen. At the end of the day, this is just beginning. That's why I have I literally could care less if this doesn't sell for another pack. But by the way, okay, so yes. So essentially your Songcamp crew is double dipping, right? That's what it comes down to. They're double dipping. So you have basically them taking the 27% off the top, but yes, like as Mighty said, they are all within this top 12, which, like I said, if you look at the breakdown, they are getting paid at least twice as much as your average musician. And the musicians got so fucked, it's crazy, dude. Like, it's crazy. So, anyway, without completely ripping it down, because at the end of the day, I don't know. And look, here's the most fucked up part. Who do you find as responsible for this? Because that's the real question here. It's like, okay, if this happened, how did it happen? And how did people allow it to happen? And this is where we get to probably the thing that pisses me off the most, which is this thing that so when we started the camp, we knew that the value flow proposition was going to be tricky. And when I say tricky, we knew that it was going to be fucked. So what they did is they kept 20% of the allocation. They held it back for later on to then redistribute at the end of the camp. Now, I've been hit with multiple pieces of information in the last 2 weeks even that makes this even worse than I originally thought. But essentially, this is how the holdback period was supposed to go. There was a committee of people, which, by the way, everybody who is on that committee is in the top 12. When you look at the allocation, the people within the top, let's just say the top 20, they have overwhelmingly the majority of what this quote unquote holdback period was supposed to be. Now, like I said, this holdback period was its sole purpose was to redistribute the wealth, redistribute the value to the people who got fucked. So if people were getting low value or if they were misvalued throughout the project, essentially this is the part where they were supposed to revalue you. Now, if you look at it, this is all public too. Like when I say public, I mean like they shared it with us and they shared it with us 2 days before the drop. So once again, how many people are even sitting there with a calculator crunching these numbers, figuring out the percentages, blah, 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 blah. Nobody. But me, when I saw that shit, no. I had a problem. I knew what to fucking do. I organized that shit and I started fucking crunching numbers. I was like, okay, here's this, here's that, here's that. Because I wanted to have proof if I ever needed to say anything. And I wasn't sure if I needed to for a while, but as more information came to me, it's very evident that they fucked this up and it was a lack of responsibility and clearly a lack of accountability at this point, because the people that I've talked to about it don't only agree, but they tell me how it happened. So like I said, this holdback period was supposed to revalue everybody. But what ended up happening was what we yelling about? First, my bad. I yell all the time. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll turn my mic volume down. It's tough out here. But my point is, so my point is, Lindsay, we're talking about Camp Chaos, which I when we spoke briefly the other day, I told you I was like, I could rant about Camp Chaos for the next 2 hours, and I kind of could. Yeah, you've kind of missed a bit of the bulk of it, but I'm gonna keep going. As a loud person, you're not loud to me. Great, thank you, Natalie. I appreciate that. I truly actually do. But anyway, so where was I at in the story? So this holdback period, once again, just to reiterate, holdback period was 20% of the project that was held back at the end to redistribute to who was improperly valued, which everybody knew that at the end, the musicians were improperly valued. The musicians knew it. Everybody knew this. And so basically, when you look at the redistribute power, who got the majority of it? Like I said, the people in the top 12. And guess who those people were? The people within the camp. It was the people within the holdback committee. And when I started to talk to people who was in the holdback committee, which by the way, there's a few names in there that you'd probably be surprised to see, because trust me, I had a problem. I called one of them immediately. I'm talking 10 minutes, 15 minutes after I read that fucking paper. I called this dude immediately and I said, bro, what the fuck is this? I was blown away. And we didn't know what to do, because what was he going to do? What are we going to do? Mutiny the whole ship? Yeah. But anyways, so their excuse for why that holdback period got fucked is because 2 reasons is what I got. Number 1, the people within the holdback committee felt stressed. I'm not even kidding you. This is basically what I was told. They felt like they were overstressed, overworked, so they felt that they deserved a little more. They felt that they deserved a little more. Like, why not, right? I'm sitting here making decisions, so why wouldn't I give myself just a little more? Which, by the way, guys, if I showed you the difference between what they were giving themselves and what they gave the musicians, I mean, it's laughable difference. I'm talking not twice as much more, not 3 times as much more, not 4 times as much more. We're talking 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times as much more. Some people made, not even kidding you, 15 times more than some of these people did on that last week. So this shows zero accountability for fucking basic math skills. They skewed these numbers so horrifically on this last period. It's straight up robbery, because when you give yourself more, you're taking away from other people. And that's the real thing that nobody was paying attention to. So nonetheless, let's fucking keep it going. So I asked a few people what could have possibly caused this. And like I said, the first thing that I was told was that they felt overstressed. They felt like, oh, we're here, we might as well just give it to ourselves. The next thing that I hear is that, and this is weeks later, because, I only talked to a few people. I was strategic about this because at the end of the day, you don't know who you can trust after something like this comes out. I just don't know who the fuck I can talk to. I don't know who the fuck at the end of the day is really on my side. Because like I said, guys, take it as arrogant. I don't really care. I still feel like I fucking carried. I carried the whole game. I carried the whole thing. By the way, my 3 songs are the rarest songs in the whole camp. And that's not even an over-exaggeration. My 3 songs are literally the rarest 3 songs in this entire fucking camp. And one of the songs is the song. It's the song. Everybody in the camp would agree on this. And that's not me being arrogant. That's just like a literal fact. I got the most people on it. I did as much as I could to be the best quote-unquote musician, producer, artist that you could in this quote-unquote headless band. I was just carrying. I was doing my thing because I thought, you know what? At the end of it, how fucked could I possibly get, right? This is a headless band. I mean, at the very least, we'll all get the same percent. No. Boy, was I fucking wrong. So anyway, one of the other things that I was told as to why this holdback period got so fucked is because at the end of it, once it was all said and done, apparently everybody kind of just gave up and they were like sick of it. And so 2 people, I don't want to necessarily name them, But 2 people decided to come back in last second and readjust anything that went wrong. So anything that they felt was miscalculated after this holdback committee, which already had fucking blew their job, they came in and they readjusted anything that they felt was wrong. And so, and guys, if I were to show these numbers, you would be dumbfounded because it's not close. Like I said, in a project that is called a headless band, who do you think should make the most? The musicians. Like, it's just basics. The musicians should make the most money. Because guess what? What are we fucking selling here, guys? What are we selling? Am I selling your stress? Am I selling your stress? Like, at the end of the day, you signed up to be the fucking manager. You're a professional fan. That's what you were. You played a professional fan role while the musicians actually did the work. And then what it comes down to is now you're going to go sell it, and you're going to say, because you're sitting there trying to manage everything, you're going to go ahead and then take double what the musicians did. I mean, it's blasphemy. And now it's being toted around. We're toting around like this is some sort of breakthrough revolutionary thing. When at the end of the day, it's nothing more than a Web3 label. And it's the last thing they want to admit to, because that's absolutely 100% what it was. When you take 51% off the top and none of you are musicians, it's 100% a fucking label. And it's worse than a label.
It's worse than a label. I have to yell that out. It is worse than a label. Because they raised 20 ETH for literally what for? Absolutely, there was nothing that they were even, that was during Electra. Literally 20 ETH got raised.
It was 40.
And what?
They raised 40.
Yeah, but at the initially in 20 minutes, though, 20 ETH, though. That was the whole thing. That was like the goal. And like, for nothing. Literally nothing. And the whole thing is like, there was a little special committee too during Electra that made all the decisions, and everything was gated. And no one knew about it because everyone was so cut off from it, which really doesn't make sense from the whole song camp, what you hear about it. And it was quite the experience to learn that everyone who was making decisions was in this tiny group of how people were getting paid out, or why all of the people working that weren't musicians that were supposed to be doing like PR, like whatever it was, like anything, weren't allowed to do anything. Like, we couldn't do anything. We weren't allowed to use the Twitter account, for God's sake. Like, what in the world is that? Like, why are we here then? And, yeah, it literally sounds like Electra, but worse. Like,
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But, like, most of those people won't argue, though, either, because they came at, like, you were at Genesis, and a lot of the other people came in right during Electra, like, so they weren't part of it, and didn't see what happened with that on the other end of it, like, backside. So they're not going to argue either, like...
Right.
They're going to think it's okay, and that's the worst part about it, is that it's just making more people think it's okay. And it's not at all.
That's the question. I mean, we've seen it from the Genesis, and so we continue watching. But the question is, will those numbers be released at some point? Or, is there... can we foresee an artist takeover or something happening at some point no one will ever talk about it, and we just move on and keep it for us?
Yeah. So two things. Number one, with what Lindsay was saying, absolutely, it's 100% worse. And the biggest reason it's worse is because, exactly like you're saying, they are essentially manipulating without even these artists understanding it. Because a lot of these artists, it is their first experience with Web3. I was a part of the Genesis camp. I was there before Song Camp even started. I was in Song Camp before Song Camp. Like, I was there ideating with this idea with Matthew in early January and February of 2021, where we were talking about what should we do for a DAO album. And then we kind of disagreed on what to do. But then he started Song Camp, and I was like, all right, yeah, sure, I'll be on your...
He had an opinion? That's surprising, because usually he just doesn't have an opinion, and he just doesn't do anything. So...
Well, yeah, So you're right. It's absolutely worse, because they're essentially manipulating everybody. And by the way, Mighty, to go to your point now, I'll tell you this. I've only talked to a few artists, and the reason for that is because one of the biggest problems with this project, and look, this is also where it gets very tricky, is because half of these artists, and I'm going to just straight up say it, are fucking amateurs. It's just that fucking simple. They're amateur. And the reality of this, and the reason why that's important, is because they're not blinking a fucking eye at this. And what that does is it creates a really strange dynamic between the artists who get it and the artists who don't, because now you're going to have a problem, because if you don't tell, and this is why I've been strategic about who I've pulled aside and said, okay,
Exactly.
I need to show you these numbers and I need you to understand this. And every artist that I've decided to pull aside and talk to, they're more mad than I am. Like they get it. They see these numbers. They're like, oh man, this is a problem. How are we going to fix this? Like, what do we need to do? Fucking mutiny? Do we need to fucking
but how do you mutiny when there's like that many people with the headless thing though? Like Electric could have been possible like towards the end when people started realizing how gated it was and we had to literally fight Matthew to unlock the Discord, like, which was absurd and just in general. But like when you, because I feel like also a lot of the people that came in for like chaos and everything though, like there's people that do know what's going on though, and those are the people that can easily take advantage though of also the people not, you know what I mean? Like I know a lot of the people that are in there that are like, you know, have been around for like Mark and like Greedy and all of that, like they're not, you know, actively trying to take advantage of people, but there are bad actors in spaces, of course, like there always will be. And so if you give them a place to come in like that with a bunch of, you know, doe-eyed, like, you know, artists being like, let's create this is and all of this stuff, it's really not going to end well, like very quickly, which is the other part.
I like 100%. It's like doe-eyed. Yeah, right. Like they're so enamored with Web3, they see the money.
It's song camp, basically.
It's a very, very similar concept to the problem I have with your sounds or whatever. They are the new labels in the skies.
One ingredient I can see is the hypnotic marketing. I mean the presence of hypnotic characteristic in their you know, marketing on Twitter and everywhere else.
They don't have marketing because they don't know how to do it, because literally they were posting in Water and Music help for marketing after they had people to do marketing in Electra but wouldn't allow us to have information. That's the funniest part about it. Like, so they don't know what they literally, it's like one of these things where they're bumbling around, and it's like whoever was saying like how Hit Piece, like I think it was you, like you were like, yeah, Hit Piece is totally, they're just geniuses with their marketing, even though I was like, no dude, I think they just like posted that because they fucked up basically type of thing. But like this is just people bumbling around that kind of seem, they're like, oh yeah, I just stumbled into this, yeah sure, everyone's gonna think it was a really smart genius idea, I'll just go with it type of thing. Like I don't think they really understood what they were creating, and then people took it a lot further as if like they really thought it through a lot more, I guess. Right. Because Matthew is not a genius at all.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I
you know, in different ways, yes.
Yeah,
we've talked about it in different ways, yes.
Yeah, that's
in a lot of ways.
Always my question, like, is it a clumsy person or is it an evil genius? And most of the time, it's just a clumsy person, but. You never know. Sometimes you are in front of someone who knows what it does, and yeah, that's where the frontier is very thin. But yeah.
So one other thing that I think goes into what you guys are just bringing up, which is, you know, is this malicious or was this a mistake?
I think reiteration is a factor that helps answer this question. I mean, if you mess something up once and learn from that and then get it right the next time, I see no problem. But when you do it 4 times straight, I think that can help, even though it's still clumsy or experimentation on a way larger scale that your average artist experimenting with Web3. That tends to point to the fact that it's not only a coincidence. Yeah.
Or if you do something twice, like with Electra, and you hear all the feedback of what went wrong with it, and you just choose to blatantly ignore it entirely and act as if like that just never happened and pretend like whatever was said about that was just not true, if, you know, someone tries to force you to listen to that, which was kind of what happened. That was the other issue of that. Because negative feedback, nobody likes to hear it, but that's the way that you improve. And that's how you can tell the difference sometimes between people actually trying to do certain things in a right way and actually improve, or just don't really care and they're just going to keep doing it. Because I don't know if that's clumsy, you know, it's someone just being an asshole. I don't know if it's meant to be malicious, but whatever it is, it's not cool. Like, it's just something I don't want to be around.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, one thing that to me makes it evidently obvious that it wasn't clumsy, it was calculated. And this is me thinking, in the most pessimistic way, but I think that they are smarter than this. You don't fuck up the most important aspect of a project.
No.
And that is the most important aspect of this project. Like, to deem this project a success is a complete and utter fucking lie, because you fucked up on the most important aspect of what Web3 is supposed to do. And it's supposed to properly value the people who are actually putting the value into a project. And they did not do that. They did the total opposite of that. They recreated a Web2 label model, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. They recreated a predatory model with a fucking storyline, once again based on lore, which at the end of the day, you're not selling the lore.
Dude, why does Matthew want to be a writer? I'm sorry. Literally, like last time he said the only job he wanted to do out of everything, not music, anything, was he wanted to do the sci-fi writing. And it was infuriating because it was like, why?
That makes sense.
Like, why?
Yeah, but that makes sense a lot about what I see around how we approach this project. But yeah.
Well, when you have people that are writers though, and they're offering to help because they're doing absolutely nothing else, and they enjoy sci-fi, and you're having to tell the person that like, hey, I think that the people reading this might, kind of know science and things and understand units. So this weird thing that you're not even weird. It was like it was just really not great writing or interesting sci-fi. It was probably one of the most terrible things I've read. And I tried really, really hard to even help like with some editing and like making it better. And it was pretty, yeah. But that's all I wanted to do.
I mean, whatever.
Right.
Whatever.
And look, lore aside, so once again, back to like one of the reasons why I feel like there's no way that it wasn't slightly, at least slightly calculated, is that for 2 or 3 weeks. So keep in mind, this project was supposed to launch in May, in early May. It got pushed back
every week. It got pushed back. I would be on that call, and every week he pushed it back, which was really funny though.
Yeah. So it was supposed to launch in early May, and essentially there was an entire month of where it continually got pushed back. So one of the weeks, so for 2 of those weeks, we were really, really, they were very, very keen on it getting us to sign this legal document. And I found it very strange. So essentially what this legal document was to bind us, literally, I'm not even kidding you, bind us to all being co-owners.
No shit. Like, I didn't know this part.
Oh, this is the part that, like, I'm most ready to.
Who wrote this? Like, where did I'm just curious, out of like you know what I mean? Like,
we'll get there. Yeah. A lawyer obviously wrote it, but I mean, so basically they write up this legal doc, and they get us to fucking read this doc for literally 2 weeks. I'm not even kidding. It was the most focused part of the whole project to me. They emailed us every other day. Make sure that you understand this. Make sure that you're reading it. Make sure that you can agree to it. But I'll tell you what, they made sure everybody agreed to it. There wasn't a single person that ever disagreed with this legal doc, because at the end of the day, the legal doc was slightly innocent, but what it did was it binded us to this idea of this business, this entity that is going to be called Chaos. And now everybody is a co-owner in this business, and everybody had given up their IP rights to now this business. And keep in mind, this is before I know my final percentage. So when I started, this is the thing that pissed me off more than anything, because at the end of it all, when I see, okay, you're going to give us our final percentages 2 days before, they're completely fucked, nothing about this is correct, then I remember, wait, you guys were so fucking particular about making sure we read and agreed and were cool with this legal doc, to then keeping us binded to this business. And so now to me, sit back and tell me that this wasn't thought up. Sit back and tell me that they didn't think, well, let's just wait until the last minute to give them their percentages, because I don't want them to see their final percentages before they sign this legal document. Because I'll tell you straight up, if I would have saw my fucking percentage even 5 days before I saw it, I would have fucking lost my shit. I would have made sure that nothing would have fucking happened with that project until they fixed whatever the fuck they did wrong on that last week.
But
last week,
yeah,
go ahead.
One of the most insidious thing, talking about that mechanism, and I read Easy saying if everyone is a co-owner, shouldn't all owner like vote on the splits. But the most insidious things that happen is that all along with the mechanism of, you know, each 2 weeks voting on each other to give credit of the works that has been done, plus the compensation found in the end to, you know, reinsure on the fact that it's gonna be fair, because that's, I believe, the idea behind, plus all that really gives you the illusion that it's all made, it's all designed so everyone will have his fair compensation, and everyone will also have their word on that on that topic, basically. And but coming back to the hypnosis, then it confirms the amateurism that you were talking about when it comes to this agreement, where you don't know where you are heading, you know, with this kind of project, most necessarily when you're just been onboarded onto Web3. So you just sign and don't, even though you understand the terms, you cannot really project them too far in the future, or and you're just too excited to be part of something that seems to have a momentum around. And then, you know, you see all the pseudonyms with you know, whoever is chaos, you know, in their Twitter name, and all that really sends the impression from someone who, you know, would be new or not as much of a expert business person, to not really knowing what this is all about. Okay, I need to to sign an agreement. I don't know, it's just this experience is exciting to me, so I sign it. But then up to the very last days, you would have thought that from this experience everything has been designed so that it is how it's been marketed. So yeah, the headless band and stuff like that. So that is the part of the cognitive dissonance, where, you know, even after shot, you kind of still have this idea that it is a headless band because Billboard talks about it this way, and so you're like, oh, whatever happened, I'm part of this headless band because that's what it's been labeled from the first day. So yeah, that's the most insidious part that
100%.
is kind of disgusting when you think of the artist participating in that. Yeah,
Right, exactly. And that's
it's
the
mental.
thing that
It's very mental.
that's what I mean. It's mental manipulation, and it's a real big issue, because that's the thing that is, like you said, the most insidious, the most fucked part about it is that. And look, a lot of these artists they're brand new, and like it's really hard to convince them
This
after
is their first time on there. I will say there's so many people on Song Camp that come in that literally they're like, this is my first time like
Yeah.
ever, you know, Discord or Web3 things or whatever. So my friend told me to come in here, and they're like suddenly like, you know, almost like blinded by like, you know, whatever it is, like, and suddenly join the cult of Song Camp, you know, within 5 seconds. They're like, oh my god, musicians, yay, like everyone's so fun and nice. And it's really like,
And
it's one of those things that it's very easy for like people just to immediately like not notice what the hell is going on. Because I don't know if you saw it. Do you remember when Matthew made those records and he had the idea of coming out with a kind of like a label type thing where he was going to do 100 records and he sold them each, and each one gave you 1% ownership to this company, the type thing that he was going to make, that was going to be like a, you know, curated like label type of thing, like basically like a DAO label like idea. Do you remember that? Like probably right after Genesis ended, when he had that idea.
I do remember right after Genesis, he launched.
And he like, yeah, and he basically sold like maybe like 10 or 15, and there's still to this day, because I have one of those. It goes to basically it's a Google Doc. On the Google Doc, it says link coming soon, and has never once brought up the fact he just abandoned the fuck out of this and had people spend money on it, and is never really like, and that was the beginning when I started to realize all of this stuff about like, and notice a lot more of these things. But that legal thing is, I'm like nearly shaking from how angry I am about hearing that, because I actually distanced myself from a lot of the Song Camp stuff because I'm pretty sure that I know for a fact whoever was the person that was like fishing everyone that fucked me over for my 0.1 ETH or whatever, like they were in that Discord like the entire time, and they were taking all the artwork, making that minting page look exactly like the minting page that they had up, which is like Dude, you guys had someone in there maliciously sitting there like plotting basically just to see if they could do it, which was the worst part about it. And it's like, and you guys didn't even care after it happened. Like, that's cool.
Yeah, that is.
Community.
I do remember. Yeah, I remember you telling me that. That is fucked. But at the end of it, and like that's like unrelated.
Contract shit's fucked.
But at the same time, though, yeah, and so to kind of come around on all of this and see like what is there to really do about it, right? And so I've talked, like I said, my strategy was simple. I wanted to talk to the right people, and my first goal was simple. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I wanted to talk to Matt. I was like, I want to talk to Matt. I want to talk to him immediately.
Did he answer you? Like directly?
Well, so it's taken, no lie, this entire month. We finally have a call set up for this Thursday. So me and him are gonna have a conversation one-on-one, and we will see how it goes. And I don't know exactly what's gonna come from it, but at the end of the day, it took me a long time to get him to get on a one-on-one, because obviously the last month, he's been on his honeymoon. He just got married. He fucking just took a vacation.
How long has he been on a honeymoon? Everyone keeps saying he's been on a honeymoon, and they make it sound like he's been on a honeymoon for like a month. Like,
I mean, quite literally, he was.
Really? That's a lot. I want to go on a month-long honeymoon. Maybe I should marry Matthew Shine.
Hey, well, when you're making three times the amount as everybody else, and you're double dipping.
Exactly. That's where all the money went. It was to win on the fucking honeymoon.
Well, I mean, look, at the end of the day, like, we're not saying that he finessed everybody for a honeymoon trip. I'm not going to go that far, but my point.
I just offered to marry Matthew Chimes if I could go on a month-long honeymoon.
Right, but look, I look at it like this. I don't know who exactly. You can't really pin this down on one thing. You can't really pin this down on one person. But what you can do is that you can talk to the person who wants to say that they're at the top, they're leading it. Well, okay, great. So you're the leader. So you're going to fucking take the blame for now. And we're going to have a conversation. And we're going to see what we can actually do to solve this. And if we can't, well, then I don't know, man. Like something.
I don't either. Like, I don't know.
Like you said, why not? Look. You want to see some real chaos? Let's take this public. Let's really.
I'm being serious about that because I'm like really have had it with seeing this continue on, and it's become actually like getting to the point where it's beyond like 10 to 15 people. It's like 70 people. It'll be 1,000 people next, and it's like we're watching it happen, and that legal thing is just beyond fucked. And everything they're supposed to stand for, they are doing the exact opposite. And it's just insane. It's just so crazy to me how everything's done and said that can convince people like Gradient and like all the great people over there that like I really do love to death, but like to basically implicate them in all of this, who otherwise wouldn't they'd be like, oh wow, this is not a good idea. Like
100%.
And they've kind of taken over there. I feel like I haven't been over in like a month or so, but like. I feel like that like Matthew kind of like stepped back and let like Gradient and like who else and like Mark and stuff kind of like run things for, you know what I mean, like take over.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll take over with what the fucking
hey, it's Monday, the heartbeat call.
Yeah, right. Like what is that really doing, right? I mean, and look, that's
all he does.
That just further dilutes the obvious nature of who's in control. And that's why me being there at the very, very beginning of all of this last year and seeing it all create, this is why my perspective, I think, is so this is why I know this is fucked. This is why I know there's an issue here. And so we will see what happens. And at the end of the day, I would love it if everybody fucking just chills for a little bit because I'm glad that we have down.
I need to calm down. Actually,
I'm glad that I got to speak about this again on this show because I love coming here and being able to just rant because that's pretty much what I do. And I appreciate everybody who listens and throws in their 2 cents and we talk about this. But whether we're talking about sound, or whether we're talking about song camp, or whether we're talking about the drop that we did with Connie, like there's always something to learn. There's always something positive. There's always something negative, and we need to just be able to understand what exactly is going on in this space. We need to be able to talk about it openly. Otherwise, we're all just going to get fucking fooled forever.
Or just be really angry all the time and like literally ranting angry like this constantly.
Right. And look, and being upset about something is one thing, but we must be able to be calculated and we must be able to be smart. We can't just go out there and start talking shit. Like that's dumb. That's not the move either. Like we need to be able to understand like what are we really trying to solve here? Because if we just go out and just start fucking spewing,
why do you think I've been so quiet on all of this in a way of like I've talked to people directly like one-on-one and like you know everything that how my feelings with the song camp stuff and like it's literally taken until like over a year almost for me to even talk to Gradient and them about like pretty much be like straight about it. of like how I felt about everything because
Right,
like
what
I
do you
just didn't
trust?
want to deal with it. Like
Yeah,
you don't
and
battle song camp.
absolutely, absolutely easy. That's the goal. And at the end of the day, like my real solve here, my real goal in this conversation is not to, you know, at the end of the day, my real goal is to get him to really, really see what actually went wrong here and for him to 100% undeniably understand that he fucked up. And it's not just falling on him. At the end of the day, like, look, there's other people involved here that absolutely are responsible for this. But in a lot of ways, I do see him as a very, very, in my opinion, very responsible for this because I know
You knew.
that he was there. Yeah, I know that he was sitting
He
there.
had to have been. Like, there's no way that he couldn't have been. And it would be so naive to be like, oh, yeah, totally he didn't know. He said he didn't know about that. Like, no, he had to have known. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
And you know, what sucks the most about sometimes this Web3 stuff is that people lean and they use, we're just learning, we're experimenting, blah 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 blah, we're experimenting, blah blah blah. It's like, look, we can experiment, but you can't use an experiment as a means to fuck people over. And look, at the end of the day, I don't care if every musician made fucking $5,000. If you made 5 and they made 15, there's a problem there. I don't care if I made $5. I don't care what the amount of money is, but there is a huge problem whenever you have a massive disparity in who's making what based on the actual value flow. It was a failure. It was an absolute complete failure in terms of value flow. And that was
experiment fail.
exactly 100%. That's 100% what it is. So
but we met great people along the way and really awesome artists that otherwise we might not have met. There's a positive in there. Just trying to add a positive at the end of that, besides the fact of all the other things.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. And look, how are you gonna and it's shitty because at the end of the day, like they have the support of the big dogs, right? Like the big, like they have the big investors.
My eyes just rolled so hard, like they almost like they went into my head. I'm not joking when you said that.
But that's what's the most fucked is like, dude, these people with the most amount of ETH, the people with the biggest bags are the ones moving all of these needles. Like they're the ones making it happen. Like,
sucks. And I've said this before. Like why that's a problem of like, I mean, they're not even listening to the music that they're buying. You've even said it yourself. Some of those people that have bought your stuff, they've like never even like listened or like to your stuff before, and they just bought it. Like, it's great to support artists, that's one thing, but at the same time, like just injecting money into something and then becoming and like basically then the person that's then directing what music is going to be, you know, in marketplaces and platforms and whatnot, is just like they either have to be smart enough to realize that that's what is happening when they do these things, or just such ridiculous morons or obnoxious human beings that it's just absurd. Either way, it's a fucked up situation. Like,
right. And you know, I mean, like, and this is the slightest amount of devil's advocacy possible here, but here's the only justification to why I think it's difficult for us as smaller creators, smaller independent artists to be able to get the funding or whatever you want to call it, or just to get the sales without being involved with these platforms. It's just simply because they don't know what small independent creators would really do with 100 ETH, with fucking $1 million.
Buy lottery tickets, obviously.
But guess what? They've never done it. They've never actually given an MVMF. They've never given a MightyMai show. They've never given a Token Smart. They've never given these very genuine, very obviously for the community. Just like, bro, we're here every Tuesday. We've never been paid for the show. We're fucking out here just literally spewing our thoughts every single day. And by the way, I think if you come to the show, you probably do walk away with some sort of insight. Like, I'm not saying that we have the fucking answers here, but at the end of the day, you're getting free value, even if it's not like that much. Even if you don't give a fuck what we have to say, it's just like nobody here is doing things for the wrong reasons. I make music, so obviously I'm gonna put them as NFTs and we're gonna sell them. But like at the end of the day, that's the only thing that we're doing. Like, we're just doing what we actually do. We're not here to fucking create a fake business to then fake everybody out, take their money, and then go do something selfishly with it at the end of the day that has nothing to do with what I told you I was gonna do with the money. Like, that's just that's the problem here, is that we are funding people who are the best at selling to people. They're not actually doing the best things with the money. They're not really actually building something that's changing the game. They're manipulating you, taking you to another place, and then blindfolding you, and then taking your money more, and then convincing you that it was all good. It's all fine. Like, you don't know what just happened. You just made $3,000. What are you mad about? Well, you just made 12. So, I mean, I got something to be mad about. Like, I'm confused. I don't think you made a song. So why the fuck are you making 4 times as much as this dude?
I'm really stressed out, and it took like a lot. It was really hard to calculate. So I deserve more money, obviously, because I was so stressed out at the calculate. Is that what you were saying? They were saying that the excuse was that we were like stressed by the calculations or something like.
Yeah. So essentially, yeah. One of the I talked to a few of the people within the holdback committee, and one of the main things that I was told was that the people in the admin group or the ops team, which by the way, like, dude,
that's a secret cult group, basically. That's the group that gets everything done.
They're glorified fans. I mean, this is what it is. Like, what does a super fan do? Which, by the way, I don't have any problem with a super fan that wants to help build an artist, but you're not getting twice as much as the artist. Like, that makes no fucking sense.
No, it's the inner circle. That's what I used to call them during lecture. I was like, that's the inner circle. I was like, none of us are allowed into their meetings unless we literally fight our way into it. And if we are, then we're like treated like shit. We're literally like server muted pretty much. Like, it's ridiculous.
Right. And it's really, really, like, it's hard to break through these things because at the end of the day, who's the loudest voices? Like, who do you hear talking the most? The people with the loudest percentages, the people that are double dipping, the people that are getting paid every month on a salary and taking the most percentage, which, by the way, is an actual fact. That's another thing that actually makes this even worse, by the way, is that the people that were in this top 12, not only did they take 27% off the top, not only are they in the top 12 taking that 51%
salary,
they're also getting paid a fucking salary. So
what are they getting a salary for exactly? I'm really curious if they're getting paid for all these things. What technically the salary is, the payment for, like, I guess, like, you know what I mean? Like, if it's supposed to compensate for the work that they're doing, and from what it sounds like, this is beyond. It's more. I didn't think it could get more fucked up. And I thought that people would learn from mistakes, hopefully. And I guess that it was a complete opposite.
Listen. They learned from their mistake so that they could do it even worse. And that's
that's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Oh my god, this is just like. It's not surprising, but it's just one of those things where it's like I said, I kept in a lot of this, and like Maya, you knew about it, and like some people I talked to, but like I finally have like been like, no, fuck this. What they've been doing is not okay. Like, and actively saying things about it because I don't care if I'm heard about it. I hope that I am, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't care if they get mad about it because it's true what's happened and what I've seen. What Maya's saying, like. And it's not like we're just sitting here like, like we're pissed off about song camp, so we're going to say these things. It's like, no, dude, this is not good. These are terrible things.
Yeah, it goes really deep. And for myself, looking at the art, you can really see how much every artist involved and everything give their best.
So much.
And that's what is even more hurtful.
It hurts to see that for me. It really does. And I'm not even the musician side of it. But it hurts me to see people's work get taken like that. And then people we just mentioned, then making all of that money when they've already made an absurd amount of money as it is.
And again, the newcomers that came here probably came because their friends told them to join that Discord based on a narrative that was already based on money. Like, hey, they made 20 ETH. You should get interested into that. That's the logic as well. Yeah.
It's okay, I made 20 ETH and I get to like play like, music and hang out and like do all, be creative, and there's all these cool creatives here. Cool. Like, literally they sell the dream.
100%, which is why it makes it even more fucked to me. 100%. You wanna know what's funny?
Ponzi scheme. It's literally a pyramid scheme. Literally, almost like they're like
clever
selling.
I mean, look, everything kind of is a pyramid scheme if you think about it. I feel you though. And look,
you see what I'm saying with it? Yeah, I was like in my head, I was like, pyramid scheme.
What you guys just said though is 100% factual, and I can 100% tell you a prime example of it is that I brought and Will hates when I put it like this. I brought Will Jerkins. Everybody knows. Yeah, I brought Will into Web3. 100% brought Will into Web3. He did not take Web3 seriously.
I can confirm that you did, like 100% you did.
he didn't take anything I was saying seriously until the Song Camp Genesis song sold, which sold pretty high at the time. And that was crazy even for myself. I was like, yo, this is nuts. And I was lucky to be a part of that first camp. And I was lucky. But then again, I fucking produced the song and I wrote it. It's like, obviously, like, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that I'm the reason it fucking sold. My point is like, I was at least a part of it. I put my work in. So like, you know, I'm happy that it went well. But my point is he didn't take it seriously until he saw the money. That's the problem here, is that people and these artists get fooled and get so enamored by the dollar. And then next thing you know, they're like, let me get in on that. And then that's what Will did. And by the way, I did everything in my power behind the scenes for weeks after, talking to Matt, talking to Mark. I was like, yo, you need Will in here. Will's fucking dope. You need Will in here, blah, blah, blah. And then I got him in, and there he is. And by the way, no shade to Will, but Will was in that top 12.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, he's one of he's one of those in that little like inner circle, and because you know how he got there, though. You know how he got there, which is why I respect that he's there. Actually, in like its own strange way, is that he's there because he literally fought tooth and nail during Elektra to fucking get in there. Well, and I respect that because I listened to all the shit he had to say, and I got to a point where I was doing the same shit, but I just couldn't deal with it anymore. I was like, fuck it. Like, at least he's a musician, so he was doing other side stuff. I just got to a point of it, but he fought tooth and nail to just like be able to get work done. So that's why with Will, it's like, but it's like there's probably something like that for everyone, but at the same time, like it's just not right overall what happened at all.
Right,
like that's just what it comes down to.
And look, Will was the first person I called. I straight up called Will. I said, Will.
I totally knew that already. That was my guess. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I called Will first. I said, Will, what the fuck is this, bro? I said, bro, you are crazy if you think this makes any fucking sense. And look, I had to be offensive to Will. I had to be like, Will, you're dumb as fuck if you think you fucking deserved more than me in this project. Like,
he needs another job. He needs another job, I think.
No. And I feel bad about that because look, Will's about to have a kid. Like Will's like literally like
really.
Oh yeah, you didn't know that? Literally dude, he fucking man. I could go so deep on that whole thing because he revealed his kid on my fucking song. I literally I made this whole fucking song and he told everybody on the song that he's having a kid. He literally revealed his pregnancy with his wife on the last song that I made for that camp. It was this big deal. That's why I say that that's why I literally say I made the song of the camp.
I thought you were just like, it was the banger of like all the songs. I'm like, that's a beautiful fucking thing. Like
at the end of the day, I did still make the bangers of the fucking whole thing. But at the end of the day, that's irrelevant. That really is irrelevant. I'm not even.
It's just like a really like it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, I don't know. It's just like there are like beautiful moments of things that happen like that in song camp and other places and all over. There's bad things that happen, but like that's just one of those like I don't know. I had to take a minute to be like that's really adorable and amazing and cute. Like,
yeah, it's really amazing and cute that the musicians got absolutely.
Okay, and then back to the shitty part. I'm joking. Take the nice part for a second.
No,
just one.
no, you're totally right. Look, and that's and like we shouldn't hang on the negatives. What we should do is figure out the solution. So like I said, you know, I've been very strategic about the behind the scenes, and so I finally have set up the call with fucking Mr. Head Honcho, Mr. Bossman, and so we're gonna see how it goes. So it's gonna be me and him. We're gonna sit down on Thursday, and we're gonna see how it goes. And yes, you guys are literally the first people that get to hear this, which is hilarious. This show literally gets the most alpha in my personal life in this game and in this world that we're in. It's
I was gonna, Natalie said record that. I was about to be like, I want to be a fly on the wall in this meeting very badly. Or not even a fly, I just want to like awkwardly stand behind you and just glare at him.
Listen, guys, you
intimidate him.
I'm way ahead of you. Way ahead of you. But let's take that off the record. Let's take that off the record for now. And then like
So you don't want Natalie and I to just stand behind you and stare him down like very aggressively with a stare.
Yes, Natalie, very fucking.
I can see this.
I like your style. I like your style. Do you have the one-party consent clause in legality? I have no idea.
I think he means like, do you have like the contract thing you signed?
So you guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
So in Canada, it is fully legal to record a private conversation as long as one person who is part of that conversation consents to it, including the person recording.
That's a fun thing to know.
Private conversation.
Interesting.
So you're saying that I can just consent to myself being
Yeah,
recorded?
that's the point.
That's someone else.
If you're in Canada, yes. If you're in Canada, that is the law.
Well,
You can
Matthew's
pay-
Canadian.
Well,
Yeah.
Drago, what if I'm in America and the other person is in Canada?
Mm-hmm.
Then I don't really know.
Oh, let's figure. I'm curious about this now because I
That would be
feel
interesting.
like I might
would
have to
assume
go
that because you're the one recording, it would be wherever
the
you
U.S.
are.
law.
So take a look at that first.
Pull out a
If
VPN.
that is one of the things, then hey, go for it.
I might-
Otherwise, be very careful.
I mean, look, I will. And at the end of the day, I might literally
Make
just
a
be like,
song out of it. Make money off him.
I might straight up just ask him like, yo, out of respect for the entirety of the camp, would you mind if I recorded this? Like, I think in a lot of ways, like if you have nothing to hide, if you have no issues with the situation, why would he have a problem with that being recorded?
Please state for the tape your full name. I feel like you're like
And look,
like an interrogation.
and at the end of the day, like I do feel like there's really nothing to like. There shouldn't be anything to be hidden. And it's not like these percentages are hidden. It's not like all this information isn't public. Like if you do enough digging, you can find all of this stuff yourself, and you can literally look at it yourself. Like this shit's on OX Splits. You could go on OX Splits right now and look up everybody's percent. Like you could literally see it for yourselves. And it's really hard to see on OX Splits. You have to see it in the document. You have to see it in the way that they broke it down. It's way more fucked when you see how it was broken down, because
is it in like some charts and like as in like some pie charts and things?
I have a Google sheet. I made an entire Google Sheets every single week's percentage, and it has the holdback percentage, it has the totals. I did percentages. I broke people down by musician, by ops team, by top 12, by bottom 45.
Yeah, you did your due diligence before you start saying things like this, basically.
Oh yeah.
That's it.
I wanted to make sure I wasn't tripping.
Fucking up. Yeah.
It's not the first time I've felt like I was getting fucked, and whenever I do, I'm typically not wrong. I'm typically not wrong in this situation. But I do need to be mathematically correct.
Yeah, you have to at least look and make sure, just in case before someone's like, you didn't realize that number was right there, and you're like, oh shit, sorry.
I think there's only one statistic that makes everybody's eyes open, and that's that the top 12 took 51% of the entire project. I think that stat alone should make you say, okay, wait a minute, what are we talking about here?
In my head, though, with statistics, just because if there's 70 people in it, and I'm just knowing how Songcamp works with everyone doing so many different things, and certain people doing a lot of things, and some doing not that many, some people in and out, like, it would be hard for me to like say concretely like off the bat like that, like it doesn't sound great immediately, but also in my head I'm like there's so many reasons why that could be though that would make sense in a way without seeing the specifics of it that like
there's another
makes sense.
Yeah, no, you're right, you're actually right, and look, I think it's and there's a million ways to frame it and break down the numbers that would show you where I think the things that are obvious are, which is like I said, like the musicians in total got 37%, and that's including 3 outliers. And by the way, in that top 12s, there are there's 0 true musicians. The 3 musicians that are in the top 12, there's only 2 in the top 12, and those 2 are outliers because they were both a part of the ops team. So once again, the people that were on the inside, well, they weren't on the musicians team. They were simply.
Oh, I forgot. See, I haven't looked to see who was on what teams. That's probably why I'm like a little bit like.
Well, if you want to know where the musicians are, they're in the bottom fucking half. Every single one of them.
Well, no, I meant like I'm just thinking of the people that I know that like were in like the inner circle type of things, and that would be ops, I guess now, whatever they're calling it.
That's what I call them. And
call them the inner circle. They
called them guides. They called them ops. I call them admins. I call them also professional fans because that's all they're doing. They're
only fans.
they're basically managers. Like what else are they doing other than managing the musicians to make sure that they meet their deadlines? And in a lot of ways, what does a manager typically get? Even on a high day, a manager gets 25%. And at the end of the day, keep in mind that's 25% out of the total. So that means that they're getting 1/4 max what the musician's getting, which would mean that the musician's getting 3 times the amount than the manager. In this case, your average musician got half what the ops did, which means the ops team got paid double or triple considering on who you use as a gauge. For example, myself, every single ops person got paid double what I got.
Well, also with ops, it's like
literally
what
double
doing though, like you know what I mean, like was because like that's
nothing.
what it came down to was like with Electra, it was like we had these like this weird inner circle that I'm like, what are they even doing? Like they said they were doing tokenomics, now they're writing a sci-fi novel. Like what the like they were talking about gamification suddenly. Like now we're like I was just like, what are they doing over there, guys? Like is no one else curious? Like
and you know what it comes down to too is like they were almost trying to give themselves things to do because every single one of them knew that they weren't actually going to be properly valued. So by overcompensating for themselves, they ended up fucking everybody else. And that's
really sad.
That's the reality of it.
Great musicians too that are like, that are people that I would have liked to hear actually make, you know what I mean? Like do stuff on the music side of things and so anyone that was in ops, they could, and not listed like under musicians, they did literally nothing musically?
Nothing. Except for
production,
so
nothing, and like
zero music. And so here's the funny
how many artists were there total really fast musicians?
45 musicians.
So even the whole 70 like thing is like a bullshit number in general.
Well, no, so there's 77 artists. Well, by the way, there are visual artists.
Well, no, I get that, but I'm just saying they make it the way that it comes across. Not a lot, is that there's 70 whatever like musicians is why. Obviously, it's a very misleading. Like
here's one of them. Look, and there's individual. You can't really point out individuals. I think that's a little unfair.
Yeah,
but
it's really
there's one
hard.
individual. But there is one individual that I'm going to point out right now that I think is the most laughable of all, and this is Matthew's brother. Matthew's brother
he was part of it.
He was on the economics team. He made more than half the musicians.
He was on that first call, right? I think with like Mighty, you were on it supposedly. Like it was like you, his brother, and like Matthew and someone else. And like I just think it's hilarious. Like Mighty walks away from it. Matthew's like me and my brother, and like someone else was on the call. Like the first song camp call.
Right, Mighty was on the first song camp call.
With Matthew's brother that I've never heard about except for this one call that he talks about always. That's about it. That's all I know about Matthew's brother.
I never had any DM or anything to come invite me join the experience, so I don't know. Yeah,
I know you should be very happy you did what you did. You made the best decisions.
I mean, I didn't FOMO. I love the idea. I love the Soundcamp basic ID, and that's definitely part of the landscape that I can see for tomorrow. So I was obviously really interested into it. I wouldn't have mind participating at all, but somehow I don't know. It just didn't happen. And I didn't force it neither, so and my was into the experience as well, so we could have a very close eye into it all along. But no, personally,
I'm the Trojan horse. I'm the insider. I'm the fucking. I even say this in the second song. So by the way, the
Trojan horse. You say that.
The second song I made for the camp. This particular. One, I had a hunch that it wasn't gonna go well. I mean, I literally put that in the song. I mean,
that after what you heard from me about Electro stuff, I'm sure that like once you saw those things start to happen, I mean, you already knew a lot of things I said, like basically, and like we're like, yeah, I noticed that, like, yeah, that's like that, and then like, so I feel like probably immediately you were like, oh shit.
You know what's super funny? If you watch My World News from last year, which when I started that last year, which was hilarious. Dude, borderline, I made My World News just to talk shit on Song Camp 2. I mean, literally, watch a lot of those episodes. I say so much shit subtly about Song Camp in there. And then, bro, I literally interviewed Matthew, and I did my like, bro, watch that interview. Like, I've
done that with Matthew before. He's really great to interview because he doesn't realize he's just kind of like, well, it's really funny to interview.
Well, I told him before we interviewed him, I was like, hey, be prepared. I'm like going to grill you. Like, and he's like, okay, cool. And then I don't think he was really prepared for like some of the questions I asked him. I did fuck with him a little bit. I called him
I fucked with him. That's why it was really funny. But also I was like, we kind of like called him out on being like, hey, wait, so you said like this, but like, pretty sure like Peace Note just asked you that, who's like part of like all of this. So like, just curious if like there's anyone else who's not part of this that can maybe answer or like type of thing. Just because literally you would have people like, it wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna plant these people there like that thought out, but it kind of was with like a lot of his interviews. There would always be Song K people there to answer and say certain things. It was really interesting how that would work out.
But at this point, as we talked with Easy in the chat, but that's just a waste because the ID is so cool
Yeah.
at start, and it's just
It's
very
sad.
badly executed for many reasons, and yeah, and somehow successful because mixed into some perception success and
Because the
pump
blockchain brought through money at it, and then people saw that, and then it got put into
Yeah.
whatever Time magazine.
Yeah, and I mean, like, yeah, I could have focused on my own fucking shit for those 3 months. And don't get me wrong, I was still like getting
An
shit together.
experience. That's
Yeah.
what you got to have the experience.
And I mean, look, there's plenty of things that maybe I could look at as positive, but like I do think that the negatives outweigh the positive in terms of like what it realistically turned out to. But look, there's still hope. I'm still on it. I'm not fucking folding over. I know a lot of the musicians that I talk to are ready to fucking ride, but they're also a little exhausted, and they've been DMing me. They're like, bro, when are we gonna
That's how they
when are we gonna mutiny this shit?
exhausting. Matthew puts shit off and won't answer you forever, not because he's on honeymoons, because he did that shit to me when I had questions about some stuff and like was trying to fucking get a hold of him.
Bro,
like,
when I first asked him to set up a call, he literally was like, yeah, how's like this date? And it was like 2 weeks away. I was like, bro, what are you doing for the next fucking 2 weeks, dude? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
Like,
he doesn't respond to me, and he literally just stopped replying to me in the middle of Electra because he got mad that I said something, and I was like, I'm just trying to give you solutions to improve something because there's people literally saying like I think Natalie said something in chat. She was like, yeah, we had like a key thing to like do it, but we couldn't even figure out how to use it or whatever. And I was like, yeah, there's people that are literally telling us in our Discord for Electra that they are unable to do anything and they're pissed off, and like we should probably make these people happy and give them what they want. So here's some suggestions. And Matthew was like, if you're just gonna say negative things about what we're doing wrong, you can just leave this meeting. It was like the last time. Like after that, he never answered a DM of mine except for whenever the .1 thing happened with like the fake song camp like account thing, and then like took him like 2 weeks, and he was like, "Here's a chaos pack," and I'm like, "I don't want this." Like I was just trying to support, which now I know I wouldn't have even been supporting you guys that much with the people that I'm friends with that are musicians over there.
Oh, exactly. And
Which makes it more fun.
That's why I didn't say anything about it. That's why I was even telling people that were talking to me about the product. I was like, don't buy anything. I was like, don't spend your money on this.
I remember asking you, I go, should I buy this? And then your silence said it all.
Yeah, I mean, like,
But
if you were go ahead, Mighty.
No, go ahead, finish your thought.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just ripping it, dude. I could.
I know. You and I both could do this a while. I think we should take a deep breath.
Big facts. I mean, we've been here for 3 hours 15.
I mean, to me, those discussions are the hottest I could enjoy right now, and specifically deciphering what we witness right now into the evolution of the music industry. I mean, I couldn't be more passionate about the talk we are having right now, but I mean, I bet that this ID, the SoundCamp ID, beyond the trademark, just the idea to have decentralized camp for music, has to happen. And so I'm wondering, the concept couldn't be really a trademark.
Dude, just
or
have a
something.
camp.
So
just make a camp and invite people out there.
Once again, I will be careful what I wish for, but that's basically what would be the idea. Like, yeah, basically this idea has to be reiterated, but the right way, and whoever does it, I'm not implying myself right now.
It is.
But
It is the number one thing that I've been talking about with the artists that I've pulled aside. I said, guys, we're the fucking talent here. Like, what is the hardest thing to do here? The hardest thing that camp had to do was get 45 musicians to make a fucking song every 2 weeks. Do you realize how I'm not trying to toot our own horns here. Do you realize how actually difficult it is to make a song from scratch from week 1 to 2? Like 2 weeks is actually a decent amount of time, but like, dude, the fucking write the song, produce the song, like, bro, there's a lot to that. You have to be fucking good at what you do. That's not something that can come overnight. And by the way, if you listen to all 45 songs, there's a clear difference. Some of those songs fucking suck. Some of those songs are fucking trash. That's just what it comes down to. I'm not trying to shit on every song, but like some songs don't fucking add up. And that's where it gets a little tricky. And there's also one other point I want to make, and it's that every musician, by the way, most likely needed that money in the short term. So keep in mind, ETH just dropped in value. So what do we all know here? Everybody here who's been for a while, everybody knows, most likely at least, this ETH is going to go up in value at some point. So who needs that money in the short term?
And I just Yeah, I just realized something as well is that on this Chaos Edition, I mean, I love the fact that everyone takes a percentage of the sales, but the problem with that is you take away the competition aspect, like there was on the first edition, where you put out the songs and the best songs get the more value in a
The
sense.
most ease.
And
100%. Well, that's what I mean. That's why I think I'm a little bit biasly butthurt, is because I know what I did, and I also know.
You did both. You did one that did this one thing and it worked and it was an amazing experiment that was actually an experiment and did something great came out of it, but at the same time, then the complete polar opposite. And I mean, I was just in one of a fucking sci-fi camp, basically, with a bunch of people doing God knows what the whole time.
because it makes me
I mean, yeah,
think I could have done a song with a group where we just yelled anything, you know, not musical or harmonic at all,
You mean
and we
just
would
now?
have get
Like, we can make a song now.
like just something awful, and we would have get the same cut where, you know, realistically, people would have not enjoyed that much that song, and that doesn't reflect on so
You don't know that.
not only
They might have really liked
not
it.
only the fairness is lost, but also the thing that for me makes music campaign interesting mechanism is lost as well there.
right. And you know, in hindsight 2020, right? And so, you know, it's really hard for me to paint the solution in terms of how to reallocate or do this or do that. And that's like, I think the thing that, like, is there a solution to this? I actually don't
Not
think
make
there
it a bigger problem, I think, is the
Mm.
only one I can say right now, is not
Yeah,
let
yeah.
it continue to grow.
Well, I think accountability is super key. Like, bro, they're getting all this press, they're getting all this attention.
That's what I'm
Well,
that's
let's
part
at
of it.
least fucking write a Billboard article where they fucking
That's
actually.
what I'm saying. Like, when
And
you
by the
talk
way,
to
guys,
him, I'm being serious about this. Like, I will happily like work with you on that because I've been wanting to say something for a very, very long time and
Well,
kind
I
of,
love
but like
that.
you
I
have
love
now
that.
all of this. And honestly, though, I like, yeah, things could get done very easily with the Billboard thing. There's so, or whatever fucking
Well,
publication.
yeah. Well,
No, I'm
like
serious about Billboard. Like, my friends, like, yeah.
I'm down. I'm down. I think like I've said to every single person I've talked to about this, other than, you know, when I rant on this thing, but I'll say it here as well, is like, you know, I do feel like particularly I really do feel that particularly me, just because of my personal relation to
Yeah.
Matthew, the first camp, and where we're going, I definitely want to be the first person to be able to have this conversation with him, bring him the evidence, be
Like, what
be
the
very,
fuck?
very like blunt about what went wrong, be very, very blunt about where the problem is, and not even the problem, just where the fuck up is, and be like, okay, what are we gonna do about this? And then we will see where we go from here. And then after that, look, depending on how he does, like, I might walk out of that call a complete enemy on Thursday. And by the way, act like I don't, like, I have 7 songs ready to be dropped. Act like I don't work quick. Like, I could drop an entire diss album right now. They're subtle because I don't say name. I don't like do weird shit like that. But like at the end of the day, like, bro, you think you think I just made 3 songs for you in 6 weeks? You think I can't make a whole album, you know, about whatever the fuck else I want to say? Like, this is what we do. This is what I do.
Well,
You know
yeah,
what
you
I'm
can be making your own music, like doing your own thing too. And it's like a lot of those people, it's their first time doing the collaboration thing and they think it's really cool and it's like fun or whatever. But like also, like, that could have been your time spent elsewhere doing, you know, things. It was
Well,
your music.
believe it or not, that Connie project that we just put out, I was making
That's what I yeah.
I was making that whole project during that. I was making that entire, but at the same
I
time,
knew
basically.
you were really busy for a reason, but I didn't think it was just song camp stuff.
And I'm trying to get my fucking shit together for you know,
Life,
the next.
your life together? Is that what you're trying to just
Well, I'm always trying to do that, but and I'm also trying to get together the next fucking leg of you know, World 2 and shit. Like, you know, my own like my world shit. It's like, you know, I try to do it all. But I love working on music. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining about that. That's what I love to do. I love to make music. I just don't like
That's
getting
why you're
fucked.
so passionate about this, and that's why it's so shitty and such an awful thing when this type of thing you see it, and it's especially after you've been through like the genesis thing of it. Like, it's just, that's why it's such a bigger thing. Like, I don't know, it hits hard. That, to say the very fucking least.
Right. And but yes. So, I think all of our blood pressure's through the roof right now. We're just crushing it. We're all vibing. We're ranting. But this is an energy that I just feel like, surprisingly, like I'm sometimes shocked that it exists within this world as well. Because we all came to this world to get away from that. And when I was, dude, it was still calm waters. And I was late to the party. Per Mighty song. You know what I mean? Like I was late to the party, but a lot of these motherfuckers are incredibly late to the party. This is a whole new vibe. Party ended, and now
Party ended, and now it's like a I don't even know what it is anymore.
Right.
Yeah, that's what
And
I
so-
mean by a new era. I feel a new cycle, really, because the mechanism of everything around us will evolve from that. And yeah, maybe that is an OG thing to say, but I remember Matthew when the first day in Web3, he
Wait, say that again?
No, I said I remember the first day Matthew got into space. I was there.
Yeah, I was there when Matthew came
I
on
was there. I remember.
Yeah, that's how I pictured it.
Well, bro, it's super funny that you say that because it was literally I'm pretty confident one of his first interactions with us was on that NFT or no NY what is it? Fucking New Year's Eve. The New Year's Eve show where me and you were like, hey, let's start a podcast. This was 2020. Like this was us just saying like, hey, randomly in this token smart fucking New Year's Eve show, we're doing a show together. I'm playing unreleased music and we're like chatting, we're like vibing, we're talking about this shit that we're a part of. And then next thing you know, we're like, hey, let's start a podcast. And the next day I remember getting tweeted at by Matthew. And he's like, yo, I just heard about you on this podcast when it was Rizzle and he was interviewing Ronell from Audius.
How the times have changed, though. How quickly. Look at Matthew now.
So long ago, right? And I remember he had one follower. I didn't even think he was. I didn't even know who he was at the time. I literally didn't know who he was.
That's really funny.
Now he has like now he has like 5.
Well, now it's like probably verified with like Web3 Brett blockchain whatever.
It's a great point.
Whatever he's calling himself, Algorand Brett. I don't know.
I love it. Look, and this is what I'm saying. Like it's. I love the rant. I love where we're at, but it is at some point we do have to be constructive in some respects, and that's why. I've been through this enough, like in terms of like being upset about shit, feeling like you're getting fucked, and realizing that you do have to reel it in at some point and be like, all right, you have to be smart about how you want to approach things, and also just decide like what battles you want to fight, and then decide like, look, what is the real solution here, and who has the real power, which is realistically
not like every important thing to do. To be like, you gotta do this, and you gotta do this one, and then you gotta figure out which battles, and then you gotta fight those battles.
Yeah. And ultimately, this idea has to be executed correctly at some point, whether it's by them or someone else.
Right. And creators' biggest weakness is their passion.
That's that. And the reason why I came to Web3 is because when I was in my old group right out of college and I was working with these dudes in my garage, we were fucking literally a garage band. I was working with one artist. We were all homies just making music, nothing to it. Then a label comes around and that was the first situation. This is 3 years together. We're all making music in my fucking garage. Absolutely zero like idea of what we're doing other than just making music for the sake of loving to make music. And a label comes around, wants to buy this album off of us, and that was the end of the group because everybody got fucking enamored by the money, which by the way was fucking change, dude. It was peasant money, and it was still enough to convince everybody that was in our group to go and do something different, to go and want to no, we want the clout. No, we want to be signed. We want to look cool. We want to go to LA. Like, fuck that. We want to go to LA.
And that's what it was. It was mind blowing to me. I was so mind blown.
Do they think it's like, I don't know, what fucking year do they think it is? Like, we need to be on a label. Let's go to LA, dude. Like,
yeah, it's delusion. But that's what the industry does to people, is it convinces you that that's your only way to win. And a lot of artists are completely desperate. It's what it comes down to. And that's why artists, like I said, their passion is their biggest weakness, because we must be able to meet our passion with intellect, and also you have to be able to be self-responsible and self-accountable enough to know your actual value, and then also have the wits to be able to argue for yourself and not come off like a complete fucking psycho, because that's where the passion can get the best of me and where I went wrong in the first place. Because bro, I approached this label like on some fuck you shit, and don't get me wrong, I ended up getting what I wanted, but there was 7 months later and everybody in the group ended up fucking hating me. Because I ended up I didn't ruin the deal. I actually ended up.
What was the name? I'm curious. If you want to tell us or not? But what was the name of this group? I feel like you have a fun band name.
Well, no, we went by here. I'll type it. We went by 1-800. You can literally look us up. We went by 1-800.
I thought it would be something more fun. I don't know why.
We went by 1-800. We worked with one artist in particular. He goes by My Favorite Color.
And 1-800 My Favorite Color. That sounds
1-800 My Favorite Color. Yeah. Pittsburgh, we literally like, and look, the Pittsburgh music
scene is 1-800 My Favorite Number so you can order like
1-800 My Favorite Color. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if you know I mean, it doesn't really matter who it was, but the label was Rostrum Records, which in Pittsburgh, if you know who Rostrum Records is who signed Wiz and Mac. So when they were on our dicks, we were like, yo, this is sick. Like, we made it. Like, yo, this is so hard. And then I looked at the deal. That's us.
Well, all right. That's what happens. You looked at the deal.
Keep in mind.
Can we have a listening party right now?
Well, no. Keep in mind, our Spotify page.
I'm down.
Is no. Let me explain one thing.
I wanted to look it up either, but I was unable to spell it right. I remember the name, but I couldn't type the right thing.
There's how many monthly listeners that you have. There's bands I listen to with like 50 monthly listeners.
I gotta explain one thing here. So 1-800 is it when we didn't put our music on Spotify. This is on the dead era. So the first album that 1-800 put out as 1-800 was called Pittsburgh City Limits, and this album was literally an album we made after that deal. This was when we realized that Willis, the artist that we worked with, was moving to LA, and we had absolutely no choice. So we made an album with the entire. We made an entire album with the city of Pittsburgh. So we hit up all the artists that we fucked with in the city.
The whole city of Pittsburgh? Like
there's not that many. There wasn't that. Yeah, exactly. The city's like
the whole city, every person.
That's why when someone says the city, I'm like, what, you mean like 1 square mile? Like, it's like so small. Like, everybody lives in the greater area realistically. So like, basically my point is we worked with all the artists that we fucked with within the city. And this was after the fact, but the artists that we worked with for 3 years before that. And if you want to see the album in particular, that album is called Velma. The album is called Velma. The album that ruined it all. And you can listen to that album. It's some of my best compositions. Like, it's literally guitar beats. It's like guitar jazz shit. It's like when I was really on my jazz shit and like I wanted to make jazz hip hop stuff. And like that's basically what it was.
Wait, all this stuff that's popping up is like listen to voices featuring Pet Zebra produced 1-800 by My Favorite Color.
That's like our first song we ever released. I'm not even kidding.
First thing that pops up, literally, like
1-800 TV. You understand? Stop making me relive my trauma, guys. Because I'm telling you, I got out of there for a reason. And by the way, I still own the LLC.
You need the Dotties though now.
I dipped out of there. I dipped out of there. I created a whole new fucking alias. And that's why I created My World. That's why I created it as My World, is because I kept saying to myself, I'm like, yo, this is my music. And then eventually realized, like, wait, my last name, I could just go by this.
I picture you one night being like, wait, I
didn't want to be an artist. Like, bro, being an artist is fucking lame, dude. Like, most artists are delusional, fucking egotistical idiots. Like, at the end of the day, I see myself as a strategist. I'm not saying that I mean, I love making music. Like, at the end of the day, I have to accept the fact that I do make music and I am an artist. But in a lot of ways, I wanted my best to be able to play in the background. I would way have rather been. This is why I love working with Connie. It's why I love working with other artists, is because I like to just be the producer. I like to help other artists be better. Like, that's like my biggest interest, is making other artists better. And like, at the end of the day, when I just developed the skills to be able to make my own music. And so I had no choice at one point but to make my own stuff. So that's what it was. But But it was interesting. It was interesting. If you watch early 1-800 TV shit, though, it's fucking hilarious. We made some vlogs when we made our first music video. It is actually hilarious. It's funny as fuck. But nonetheless, yeah, if you want to listen, though, to the real album that got signed, it was called Velma. Yeah, you know how to spell Velma. Point is, that album's pretty sick. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know if anybody likes that type of music. It's like actual like hip hop. It's like rap. You know what I mean?
It's
Like
mumblecore with some noise rocks and some. I'm trying to think of weird genres, but my brain dead. So I'm like, that didn't work out as well. I was just gonna start saying genres, but that just didn't work out.
but that's the shit. But after all of that, that's what led me to this world. So I know what it's like to be in a situation where you get fucked and the people around you can't even see it. Like, I'm talking people that you worked with for 4 years in a garage, in your own home, like with nothing to gain other than to just make fucking music, and that's it. They can't even fucking agree with you about the fact that that deal sucks, because it comes down to one fucking thing. Most artists are too desperate. They don't know what they're worth, and they're not willing to fight for it. They're not willing to turn down the shekels. Turn down the fucking
really
shekels.
Interesting what you just said, though, because there's been a whole long discussion like over in like Water Music about it that I was like on a long rant about, but like the value of music in general. And the fact that like whenever I hear even that, like it's like, which it's, I can see it though, even though like no one's valuing music basically at all what it should be, but even artists aren't valuing their own music.
100,
even like crazier.
100%.
And it's this whole issue of like, it's not just like, oh, fans aren't, but it's literally no one is valuing music.
Bro, it's even happening today in Web3.
It's all music. Is like, so basically the psychologically, like the way we value music, like people might be like, oh yeah, no, I totally support artists and value music. It's like, but if they think about it, you ask them to be like, hey, like, you know, think of like, you know, music, like, and you pretty much tend to think of like a song or something like that. And just because of streaming and everything, how easy it is to just click or ask, you know, Amazon or whatever to play like a song, and it's just so simple, and it's become such a, you don't have to really engage and interact with like music as much, so people basically don't feel the same value as when you like you interact and engage with things. So it's just become literally like almost nothing, like, because it's just always gonna be there, they think. And that's not what that is. It's created by someone. It's all this work is put into it, and people have really just like, they know it, but they don't take that into account when they ever think about it. Kind of, it's like just there, kind of in the back of their mind. It's a really interesting thing,
right? And you know,
shitty interesting thing.
It goes back to the fact that the passion is kind of the biggest weakness, and I think this is a skill I think I have, is I'm able to decompartmentalize from a lot of my own stuff. And what I mean by that is like, I'm able to play both sides. Like, I played the producer engineer role and worked for other artists, so I was able to play manager role for them at times, so I was able to fight for their value. And so I understood what it was like to see an artist that didn't know their value, but I was able to help them fight for what they were worth. But I was also in the same position, able to see why they don't value themselves, because what they do is so natural to them that they don't even see what it is that is really, really like special, and why people are trying to buy them in the first place. It's a cosign. It is almost 10. We've literally been on this podcast for almost 4 hours.
I blame Natalie for reminding me, because I was like, oh, what day is it? It's Tuesday. I was like, oh no, I missed them, and you guys were still on.
We were probably ready to wrap it, but then Mighty just Mighty opened the can of worms of the chaos drop,
and Lindsay and Natalie and the crew arrived. So
it's tough, man. It's tough. It's tough. Mighty opened that can of worms. What did you say?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't hear what Mighty said.
Yeah, and that Lindsay and Natalie joined and the crew, and that was a passionate talk. But yeah,
it got heated. We've got some feelings on some camp.
But yeah, I mean, ultimately these are, like you say, I agree with you, Lindsay. Like, at some point the scale starts to be too big to be ignored, or even get worse, and eventually it will somehow. But,
you can't say anything after a point, I feel like, because it won't be, it's like, okay, well, why didn't you say something a long ass time ago then? Because, I mean, Electra was kind of like, where I was like, this is a number and an amount that could go either way. Like it's literally what the next steps are and how like they conduct themselves was kind of like I'll gauge it off of that.
Yeah.
Right. And I think, and you know, I mean, just to round it off, and we can probably all kind of take it. But like, I just want to say, it's like, you know, this mentality that I think we're talking about here is, you know, I hate even saying the word Web3 sometimes, but like, this is Web3. Like, this is the mentality. Like, and
Bitch, this is
it's crazy.
Web3.
It's crazy. I saw a tweet today, even from Natalie.
Did it just say
It was-
NFT or music NFTs? Did it just say that? Because I love those tweets, as everyone knows.
No, it wasn't that. No.
NFTs,
I'm saying- it was basically a tweet of like kind of what we're saying here, and it's, I mean, obviously in our own words, in a totally different, really in a totally different way, but it's this idea of this ethos here. It's this idea that like we are being co-opted. The narrative is being spewed against what the real narrative is, which is supposed to be freedom for independent creators. And look, at the end of the day, and I've said this,
Twitter knows that. That's the
I've
people
said-
come in the space and don't know
I've
that
said
at all.
I've said this from the beginning, and it's that the biggest issue that I see is that once again, we don't, artists need to fucking have more self-accountability, and they need to have self-responsibility, because I'll tell you straight up, not a single other fucking person, not a single other person said anything about this. So that shows
That's
you that
fucking
they
crazy.
had no idea that they have no idea that they got fucked. And that to me
Or-
shows that they don't know how to crunch numbers. That shows me that they don't know how to take
They don't
responsibility.
know how to
for shit that
take
they're a part of.
initiative, possibly either, or what to do in a situation like that, because they may have never. I mean, that might just be a situation they literally have no idea what the fuck to do.
Right. Right, 100%.
It's a yeah. I've been shitting on big brands too. It's all good, Natalie. Like,
But
I feel like I always
that's
kind of
why
am.
I really enjoy, and I'm delighted to have the luck to be there, because we really need those conversations and those ethos to be defended, and that's something collective. Whether you understand it, what it is, the what originally the idea was. What it was about and what it still is when it comes to building the future of the music economy with the blockchain. And yeah, I mean, at some point something has to be said, especially when it reaches that highs. And if it doesn't, I mean, that's a bad signal. And sometimes to answer that, it's not necessarily, of course, it's interesting to analyze it and tell it with words, but I really feel like the best answer to that would be like, executing the idea with um, a vision that lasts long term, a protocol or something that make the idea go further this BS.
The don't be an asshole protocol.
Yeah.
We can create. Don't take money that you don't deserve when you know it should go to other people. Protocol.
Find the acronym for that, and I
Yeah, I
we
was like,
can
what's
move
the acronym
forward.
for that? In my head, I was already trying to figure that out. For like, don't be a dick. DBD.
TBD
There we go.
protocol.
DBAD. D-bad. D-bad. It's got a nice ring to it.
Yeah.
I love it. And yeah, I mean, yeah, everything you're saying, it's completely resonates, completely true. People are getting absolutely butt plugged by these platforms, like big brands. Yeah, 100%. They're getting. I mean, and it's all about the money. And they're just enamored by the money, which in a lot of ways you can't even really blame these desperate artists, because that's the thing. Look, and we're all desperate artists at the end of the day here. Like we all, and we're not. But what I'm trying to say here is like we all want what we're worth. And in a lot of ways, a lot of people are just going to take what they can get. And that's kind of the issue, is when you're getting it from somebody who's dangling it in front of your face. Come over here, come over here, come over here. And then that's the only thing that you're doing. So you just go to where the money is. You go to where the fucking money is. So it's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And it's like, that's the trick part. Like, that's the hard part. And so you have to be able to build, we have to be able to either one, fully educate, which is the most important, I think, educate, not play victim. Even if you are, the second that you understand you're a victim, you need to 100% take that power back. It's that simple. Otherwise, you're never going to get what you need. So we need to be 100% educated, 100% understand what we're worth, and then be vigilant. And then we need to be able to build, and we need to be able to put this stuff in an actual place that makes sense for us to actually be able to move forward in a constructive way so that we can actually, like, if we wanted to, start our own song camp or whatever, even though, like, that's not
Yeah,
like
and go sing songs together and make music. Why don't you guys just, like, literally, my friend does retreats and stuff for, like, does, like, camping things and has, like, a bunch of brand sponsors that'll literally, like, give free sleeping bags from, like, REI and all this stuff, and, like,
bro.
and I'm just like, why don't you guys just do this?
Dude, I went on my, like, first, when I came back from NYC, I went to my friend's girlfriend had her birthday party at some random ass cabin in Maryland. It was some random ass spot, but it was like I got to go on a boat and shit. It was nice.
Gorgeous. I looked up pictures of where it was, and this place looked
it was so beautiful. But I was thinking, I was like, dude, the house that we stayed at was so nice, and I asked her, I was like, how much did you spend to rent this place out?
How much is this house?
it was like $1,200, and I was like, yo, imagine if I invited, and this house was big. I was like, imagine if we invited like fucking 10, 12 artists, and just for a week, we just go to a spot.
You just hang out and make shit.
And you just make music, and you film the whole thing. We turn it into a documentary. We make the music. And
now you're going full, like, documentary.
Well,
we've got the motion picture coming out. Like, who's going to film it?
You gotta film it. Definitely gotta film it. And separate everything. Put the music on one side, put the documentary on another. You don't package them together. Just put it all in one big thing. And then if somebody wants to, like, maybe we could figure out all the packaging if it needs to be. But my idea, though, is just like some sort of just, and then look, this isn't an original idea, but my point is like, yeah, let's round up our own squad, fucking go and do our fucking thing. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that we can make this fucking happen. Like, there's plenty of things that we could do to experiment, because the thing that they can't take away from us, and the thing that they could never take away from me, is my own fucking ability. You can't stop me when I'm in a room by myself. I'm fucking making whatever the fuck I have. That's what it is. Straight up. I could fucking make music all day, every day. There's nothing that's ever going to stop me. I mean, shit, even today, like I said, I sent Connie like 5 beats the last 2 days. And he's like, bro, I'm good. He's like, bro, I'm good. He's like, we just dropped the project, bro. I'm chilling. But, like, I will say, though, a couple of them beats, though, whoo, they slap. They crazy. Man, but I am trying to work with some, yeah. I'm trying to fucking send beats to the right ones. And I want to fucking I just want to smash them. I want to smash them, but.
What are you even talking about at this point? I just hear you talking about smashing beats, right?
Yeah, I know.
I like zoomed out for a second and came back.
I think I have some hookups at the boy scout camp on the East Coast. I feel like that has to be a joke. There's no way that's
a joke, but I don't think it is the funniest part about it. Okay, I didn't think it was a joke, but it sounds so fucking funny, and I don't know why. I think just Boy Scout things are always gonna be funny now.
Yo, let's go. Oh, dude, I'll go to New Jersey. That's where Connie's at. I mean, that'd
be so fun. Oh yeah, I forget he's in New Jersey. We'll talk later on this, and we'll plan a summer camp. That's our next on the agenda, is plan a summer camp. I'm gonna write that down on my to-do list.
I love it. And guys, by the way,
Asbury's rad, Brookhawk. Like, I just kind of discovered how much I love Asbury because my ex-boyfriend's dad lives over there, and I would hang out. It's really cool. Oh, that's funny. Yes, no shit. I didn't know that. That's rad.
That's a funny. But yo, I'm so down though. I could not be. I could not be more fucking down. And we could just have, like, it would be a blast. Like, I love that shit. Also, that was the thing that, I was a little skeptical going to NYC because, like, at the end of the day, like,
don't even hit me up while you're down there. Like, what the
bro?
Fuck?
I expected to see you. I really did. I was upset.
Super good actually about, like, trying to, like, not be dead exhausted, and, like, was like, you know what, I'll just go home. I don't feel like there's no need for me to actually be out and deal with, like, there's nothing happening that was, like, so, like, oh my god, this is, like, so cool right now. It was like, I obviously ran to go see, like, Sandy and Carolina and, like, Rizzle and everyone, because I was like, I have to get over there, like, right now for, like, an hour. But that was probably the only urgency I felt of anything to go do something.
Yeah,
like
honestly, same though. Like
it
I
just
felt
was
the
like
same.
there were, yeah, it was a weird, but yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely nice to meet the Toga Smart team. That was like my highlight, was being able to meet the people that essentially fucking, you know, took me in very early on. I was just shredding on the guitar on on Twitter when I had like probably 2 followers, doing DAO records, fucking strictly ballin' events, which I don't know if
Really
anybody remembers.
ballin'.
Yeah, he was back whenever we did those, and
Oh, I probably can't do that because of or wait, is that Jim Jones? I'm like, I feel like it's Dipset. I feel like he might sue us over here, say some shit.
oh man,
Oh, Jim Jones.
classic, not again. But yeah, I mean, dude, just so much opportunity. But yeah, I mean, nonetheless, it is good that we can come to this Discord and just absolutely rip it in here and just fucking, you know, be with the squad. And yeah,
Absolutely.
so much going on.
Yeah.
I would hug this Discord server if it was possible to hug a Discord server. Like, this is the only one I feel that way about. Like, literally, like the server as it's like a thing, I would hug it. Like,
What you're saying right now kind of is making me tear up, and I don't want to say why. But I
Yeah.
don't think you know why. But maybe you
I
do.
do.
You do know? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
We talked about this for a bit.
Oh
I think-
yeah. Wait, did we?
We kind of did. Well, yeah, we'll talk later, but totally, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. Oh yeah, we did. What the fuck? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I mean,
we
we'll
had to
see,
get
we'll
positive
see.
stuff out of it, though. That was the thing. Like, we
Yeah.
both had like a
I
really
was gonna
kind of
say-
amazing positive outlook at the end of it. And
I was gonna say, I do think that this could be an opportunity, because look, I know everybody that's in here right now is fucking going nowhere, and I know that we all have.
we're all
we-
going nowhere.
Well, no, I don't mean it like that. I mean like
You
we're
guys
not.
are all going nowhere, listening to my show all night long till like 10 o'clock at night.
That is true. Honestly, we're all warriors. I've no. This is what happens when I don't smoke weed. Is I become.
This is what happens when I come on at like 8 or 9. I'm like, oh, you guys are still on, and I'm full of energy because I haven't talked all day.
Yeah. Honestly, it's just like what happens when I don't smoke. Is I like am. Like, I'm like coked out. Yeah, too much
Yeah, I know
energy.
that.
Like, yeah. I'm
Well,
basically.
that's how I always am, but smoking doesn't help. But like, I wish it did, because it's not fun to have this much energy all the time. Like, you look like a crazy person, so like a lot of the times.
Oh, I'm basically manic. Like, I don't even know how to.
Oh yeah, no. People always are like, "Hey, do you know where the party's at?" Like, I was like, "No, oh, you think I'm doing cocaine? Yeah, no, I just have this much energy always. It's just sorry." Like,
That has to
happens
be.
all the time. People literally just will come up to me because they think that I must be doing cocaine and I must have some on me to sell them, or I know where to get it because I have so much energy always.
You know what's funny is I honestly, I would guarantee you the first time I ever talked to you, I probably asked you if you were on cocaine.
I think you did, and I'm
I
so
think I
used to
did.
people asking me that I'm just
think I
like,
did
no, I'm
too.
just normally like this.
I know I did, because anybody that can
You
out.
were like no shade or anything, and totally it's cool. Like, you did like one of those type things. I'm not trying to offend you, but like, did you like some cocaine today?
Well, dude, as anybody that can out
3 or 4 in the morning, like.
anybody that can out rant me is a savage. Is like is
It was like
crazy.
3 or 4 in the morning too. I think on top of all that, like, it was like a really like unique time of night for also someone that when you don't know someone, them to be wide awake, being like da, 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 all over the place. You're like, that's a little not normal. I feel like I should probably ask that.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah,
no doubt.
This is what happens when I'm inside all day and haven't literally. I don't think I've talked to like, yeah, almost no one today in real life. I can't just walk down the street and say hi to every single person like a crazy person. That's just not gonna work out.
That's tough. That's definitely trying to catch up on the show by reading the chat. That's gonna be.
That probably makes no sense. Oh yeah, Easy's going on to the Crypto Jazz Fest. I forgot. There's so much going on every week, everywhere, always.
Yeah.
When are we gonna get teleportation so we can all just like be everywhere?
Well, you guys heard about. See, I don't even want to start this convo, but you guys heard about the Hadron Collider or whatever the fuck they're doing.
It was today.
Today,
Uh-huh.
Like,
We heard about
Easy
it.
posts a GIF where it's like, I'm out.
But yeah,
So
it might be a conversation for next week. But if you didn't know, yeah, today was a special day, whether it's true what's going on there or not. Uh, yeah,
Right. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Good point. Who fucking knows? But and that's what we were talking about before with the weirdo. Who knows what they're doing? Who knows what? But I will say,
what weirdo? My
I'm gonna.
last question
Okay.
is what weirdo? I missed the weirdo.
Oh, okay.
You were saying about a weirdo, and I'm like, ooh, weirdo, where?
Oh, that's all of us. I don't know. I missed what I was saying. I will say though, I'm gonna be the one to say it. I'm gonna be able to say it. I think we should wrap it up. This is hour 4.
I almost said it.
This might be our last. This might
Yeah.
be our longest show yet, and it could potentially be our last.
And
But no,
maybe the last of a new configuration next time. Who knows? We'll
yes.
see.
Look, all for the better. All for the
Yeah.
better. Maybe
We
even
should rearrange it.
maybe
As
new
they
things.
say in cheerleading.
New things to work. New things to look forward to. Perhaps plenty of plenty of longest show, but definitely close. No, you're right. We've definitely went longer than 4 hours before, but
I
we
mean,
are-
there's a
this is
night that
second highest.
Mighty started playing music, and it was only just me still listening. And he's like, "You're still there," and I'm like, "Yeah, I really." So I don't even
Yeah.
know if that counts, but that one would go on late. Like,
All right. Well, shit. How do we wrap this up at this point? Mighty, do you want to do us the honors?
Yeah, I can find one of the random exports I did this week, or maybe
listen to 1-800.
No.
or that can be 100
No, you-
song.
Hey, you could. I mean, listen, that the Pittsburgh City Limits album is great. I mean, I really do think it was great. I also think everything we did with My Favorite Color was great. Like, it's all great. I mean, we were good. I mean, it was a little more amateur than maybe stuff that I make now, slightly. I don't know though. It just depends on how you look at it. It was different. It was a different style of music because I was working with a different artist, and so I was tailoring it to him in a lot of ways. And so I got away with different things than I can get away with now. So it's just different music, but it's old stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't spend too much time over there though. It's not like you're not gonna have any breakthrough moments. And besides, if you listen to the 1-800 page, you're gonna hear a weird. That's not where you want to listen to our actual stuff. Where you would want to listen to like what we did with My Favorite Color is actually just going on My Favorite Colors page and just going to anything. This bit's a bop. That's Velma. That's Velma. That's the album. That's the album that we got signed with. Such a shame, dude. Such a shame. That song is my favorite fucking song, by the way. That is one of my favorite compositions I've ever wrote. That beat is retarded. I played every instrument on that song. I played every instrument on fucking every song. I'm just saying, like, I really did. I like that song. Velma's so hard. It's one of my favorites.
But yeah, no,
That's the
yeah, go ahead.
that's the outro. Sorry, no. I'm good.
But yeah, no, as a last word, I just wanted to say, to me, this is right here, right now, the best team ever that I've met so far. And so really, whatever happens, I really wish that we crush and get our due at some point, because I know we are solid, and that it will continue to be driven by passion. That's what I enjoyed the most among us, and that's clearly what I'm here for. Beyond our special connection with Mai, and the fact that we defend the same values and want to spread them and do, be incarn what the change is, and in its best quintessential way, if we can, locked in our dark rooms, basically. And so, yeah, I wanted to thank the Token Smart team. Don't forget to get your POAP. Thank you, Carolina, and big shout out to the team, to Dragonate Easy. Just wanted to make a shout out as well for the conversation I was able to attend yesterday with the Space Painter. That was really a blast, and yeah, really looking forward that new cycle where things will change. That's my take on how the relationship will go, how the space perception will be about from the mainstream eye and the mechanism that will drive this space forward with a higher scales that I think the time where we were, just as in very intimate office virtual rooms, and we kind of built on the early days of that space are definitely behind us, and that will take another dimension from here. That's what I mean by that. And that doesn't mean that we cannot continue to build, especially with those strong connections we all created here and the greatness that comes out of it, whether it comes from the human side of things, the creation side of things, and also the business side of things, even though it isn't yet rewarded as much as it should be compared to the noise around. And that's my take, at least. I'm not saying even that for my own work or whatever, but I truly feel that for many people in that community, sorry. And yeah, looking forward to see you again next time. And yeah, take care in the meantime, because things are wild out there. And tonight's talks are again one other example of how wild things can go. And yeah, this is really mental. So it hurts for artists that are coming in the space, and I think it is worth being double vigilant about newcomers that we might identify have great potential to help move the right ethics forward, and yeah, going along them to help bring more strength to the crypto music side of the ethos, and yeah, make that happen basically. But yeah, once again, thanks Mai for your energy as well. I'm delighted for that as well. And yeah, we'll see everyone on the other side next time.
Technoblade
you.
never dies.
Thank
I
you.
just saw that. I was like, wait, what?
Dude popped in last second. Obviously a fucking op. But
And,
but Mighty.
and thank you,
I-
Lindsay, as well. Like that was the best to hear you.
Wait, what?
Thank you. I was just a blast to
Oh,
hear
for
you.
jumping on? Like,
Yeah.
oh, I know, I love jumping on. I always feel bad because I know that I get overexcited, and probably between
Well,
Mai and
that's
I
all good.
both being loud and freaking out about things, I feel like it might be a little much for people. But no, I love you guys, and honestly, like, this is like I would have never guessed that falling down whatever the whole rabbit holes and ending up in a Discord full of like some of the most amazing human beings, honestly, that like it's just been like an absurd but amazing experience. Like, yeah. I love everyone in here so much. I really do.
Yeah, the same. So thanks to everyone here listening, even the bots. I love them now. And don't forget your co-ops. So yeah, and I wish everyone a good week. And yeah, do you want
Bye,
me to play
everyone.
out with a random beat from the future?
Please, let's get it.
The future? Like,
Thank you.
it's coming in from the future?
Almost. It will be one of those that I will probably use for some more mature things in the future. Yeah.
Nice.
All right. I'm ready.
All right. Well, thank you again, Mighty. And thank you to everybody else. Let's play us out. Until next time.